Happy Thursday and welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. Good morning, Robert. First one in the house, and my man. Good to see you guys in here. You guys beat Ender today. Maybe Ender is busy in the UK. In and out, how are you? Good morning and welcome everybody. Man, I'm a little disappointed today. I'm not going to lie to you. A little disappointed. USA is out of the World Cup. I found this video that showed me all 215 goals. There's a couple of games missing in there, but 215 goals of the World Cup. And if you don't like soccer, I think that's how you want to watch it. You just want to watch the goals. Soccer is a sport that is meant to be of endurance and of a taste of not a taste of a challenge of man strength. You know what I'm saying? Man, it's only Wednesday. Wait a minute. Man, I thought it was Thursday. I hate working. All right. Happy Wednesday. Today is Hump Day. Thank you, my man, for reminding me. Thank you for clarifying that it's Wednesday. Bruh, sometimes I'm a day behind. Sometimes I am a day ahead. It feels like I haven't had a day off, honestly. You guys have no idea, but it feels like I have had no day off. And I am very, very aware that I had my days off. I'm just letting you know. It just doesn't feel like I've had a day off. But you know what? But it's good to be here. Thank you, my man. Appreciate you, Unc Andy in the house. Unc Andy was waiting for the hat. That's why I wore it today, Unc Andy. Just for you, Andy. I saw you comment last night yesterday before I left. And I was like, okay, Andy wants the hat. The hat is coming back today, Wednesday. My new hat, let's see. I'm going to have a new hat come in. I thought today was Thursday. I was excited. Tomorrow I get my new hat. But I'm going to have a new hat come in on Friday. Hopefully it's what I really think it is. And then I have another new hat coming in, I think maybe Saturday or Sunday. So, yeah, I got a couple of different style hats. They're not, I don't know, maybe you can consider them cowboy hats, I guess, whatever, ranch hats, however you want to call it. Some people don't like the fact that I represent a little bit of this side of my family. But anywho, who else do we have in here? Carl? Trump just said Japan is Iran. I haven't got there yet. I haven't had that yet. I haven't got there yet. But if he said that, knowing him, it's probably because they're reneging on their word. If they said they were going to do something and they don't. So you have to understand one thing about us Geminis. We are very nice people. We really are the best friends that you can ever have. We're very loyal. But we will tear your ass a new one. If you know what I'm saying. If you double cross us. We just don't appreciate that. I'm sure nobody appreciates it, but specifically us, we are very explosive. I don't know, is it explosive? I don't know if I will call it that because, sometimes I am very explosive. I respond, boom, right away, But other times, I just let things go, you know what I'm saying? I just don't let it bother me. I don't let it bother me. And before you know it, fire! Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's why some of the guys that come in here just to troll, that's why they get me to curse at them the way that I do. Just so you know, you've been with me for long enough, I think, you will understand why I be cussing these people out. I did forget to put my little oil on my beard, Well, sorry, not a beard. This little dust that I have under my chin. But this peach fuzz that I've been trying to grow for the last 40 years. My native size sucks, bro. We got no hairs. And then I'm going to be losing all of the hair on top of my head and wearing hats. I guess it's not going to help. So you know what? I figure if I'm just going to lose my hair anyway, might as well wear the hats that I want to wear. You know what I'm saying? So there's that. There's a lot of things about me that people don't know, but as you guys come into my channel, you will get to know who I am, and you will know why I talk the way I talk. Unfortunately, some people just never learn. You know what I'm saying? Like some people just don't know. Hey, you just got to know how to talk to me, man, and I will be your best friend. That's all you got to do. All right. Let's see what else we got. Barney, how are you, Barney? Good to have you in here. Today is Wednesday, not Thursday. I know, Lamb. I know. I was hoping that it was tomorrow. I just gave myself up. I was trying to hide this information from you guys, but I really am from the future. um, anyway, yeah, I'm a little disappointed. Yeah, the United States is out. Mexico is out. I guess all I got now is I got to root for Argentina. That's just the way it goes. I have a line of plan B, C, D, and E, etc. So I will say this: I watched the Mexico England game. My cousin, a woman, like they know. My cousin says, "Oh, we started watching the Mexico game, and boom, Mexico scores the first goal." And I said, "Okay, all right, that's not bad, very good. There's a chance." And my cousin goes, "This is going to be a 1-0 game. Watch. Just remember I said it." I was like, "Yes, remember that I said it's going to be a 3-2 game." It was a 3-2 game. You know what I'm saying? Ah, man, I should have bet some money on that. But you know what? It was, even though Mexico lost, it was a great match. It actually cut some adrenaline, some a little bit of anxiety going on. You know what I'm saying? They kept you in suspense. They kept you on your toes. And for some of you guys, if you don't like soccer, you don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But let me just tell you that when you like a sport, man, you really get into it. You really get into it. I'm telling you, I was on the edge of my seat, leaning back, pretending that I wasn't on the edge of my seat, but I really was. And I saw England scoring in, and they look good. They look good. I knew coming into this game that the winner was going to be decided by who was the first one to make mistakes. And unfortunately, Mexico, they made a lot of mistakes. And so there is that. But Mexico dominated a lot of the game, and I thought that they're pretty good. Now, the USA, I wasn't really watching the World Cup. I wasn't really following it because I've been, listening to the politics part of what's going on right now. Oh, boy, we got a lot of shit to go over today. But first, salud, my friends. Stay thirsty. I made my coffee a little strong today. Tastes really good. But anywho, I was watching the USA team, and I was like, USA team has won a few games, and they got some goals. But I was actually watching them play, and I don't know how they got as far as they did. I know you. Hey guys, you can hate me all you want, but let me tell you, I don't know how the USA got as far as they did. Honestly, when I see them play, don't get me wrong, they got some good shooters. They do have talent. All these things are there. But they don't. I didn't see much tactic. Dominance of the soccer ball. The whole time, you have to understand, I used to be a coach. I'm a very good coach. I am actually very good at coaching. I know where the talent is, and I know how to use it. I know where to place it. A lot of people, they know the game, but they see talent, but they don't know how to use it. You know what I mean? They just let the players decide what they want to do, and it's like, no. You're the coach. You tell them what you see in them, and you tell them what to do, and then that's how you win or lose games. Okay. So, anyways, I was watching this, and I'm just like, the United States of America, they got some talent. They do. They got some talent. But I thought, how the hell did they get this far? And of course, some of the other teams that they play, well, they suck even worse. So it makes total sense. Now, the other game that I watched was the Argentina game. I admit, I was just like, you know, I bet on Argentina all the time. And, it could be one of those 50-50 chances, right? Every time you do a bet like that. But I always think that Argentina is a very good team. I like Portugal, but that's only because I like Ronaldo. CR7 is one of my favorite players. Why? He has a lot of good working ethics. He works very hard on his body. He works very hard on his athletics. He's a good striker. He's a fast runner. He has a 31-inch vertical. That's almost at three feet straight up from the ground, straight up 3 feet up in the air. And when he runs, he just he glides over people. You know what I'm saying? Like his vertical comes out to be like 5 feet tall. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm probably exaggerating, but he's such an amazing player, athlete. And then of course Messi, he's pretty close to retiring as well, but he still looks pretty sharp, man. I don't think he can retire this year. He's going to have at least another couple seasons, and he has been scoring a lot of goals on this World Cup. So Argentina is looking pretty good in there. Messi was tremendous. Argentina was going to lose their game, and all of a sudden, boom, 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 1, 2, 3, bam, back on top, took the game away again. I watched Argentina be down like 2-0, and then come out in the last 5 minutes of the game and come out winning 5-2. It's crazy. The guys just know how to score. And if you don't know about soccer, you got to be very patient. You got to really understand what it's all about. And while the goals are nice, right? Running, endurance, dominance, that's what soccer is all about. Who can run the fastest and dribble the ball? You know what I'm saying? Who can juke the people the most and come out on top and make a play? It's a pretty good game. I love soccer. I play football or soccer since I was 5 years old, and I decided to play as a goalkeeper. So I played goalkeeper most of my life. Sometimes I play forward because I was a great striker. I I kicked the shit out of the ball. I'm gonna tell you that right now. As a matter of fact, I made stadiums go woo, many times, because there'll be times where I go play a forward, and when I strike the ball, man, there was a couple of times where I hit the goalpost and I moved that shit back. I'm telling you, man. Hey, when you got the talent, you got the talent. You know what I'm saying? So, that's one of the reasons why I was very good at clearing the ball as a goalkeeper, and then drop balls. Drop ball, boom, kick, very good across the midfield easily. And that's probably why I punted very good in American football. I was a good punter, averaging 65 yards a kick. Not bad. Unfortunately, injuries stopped me from going professional in both sports. I missed my opportunity to play for the Seattle Sounders when I dislocated my hip. The scouts went out there. They saw me limping. We lost the game by a PK, penalty kick. And, for punting, I dislocated my right knee. Go figure, And, even then, I still work hard to go and get the punting job for Seattle Seahawks. And they told me that they were no longer taking walk-ins like they used to in the 90s. What a damn shame, because I think that when you have a high school diploma, I think you prove yourself. College, that's something extra, And when they force, athletes to go to college if they don't want to, I think it's ridiculous. I think college sometimes is a waste of time. It really is for the most part. But I think that that once somebody has a high school diploma, most jobs, if not every job, will hire you if you have a high school diploma. This is why they invented the GED system, the GED program for those who didn't finish high school, but they need to get a job. So now they got to have a GED, which is equivalent to the high school diploma, and then they get a job. Well, I have a high school diploma, so I did 2 years of college. What a fucking waste. I wish I didn't do 2 years of college. It didn't do shit for me. Anyways, Scott Burren in the house. How are you? Good morning. Brian Waza. Happy birthday to all Americans. That's right. I'm going to continue to celebrate this all month long. That's why I made this AI celebrating 250th birthday. What do you guys think about that? You guys like that? A little American flag over there waving. I mean, technically, I could remove my real flag and let the Statue of Liberty just show up there completely. I'm telling you, man, I am so happy that I am in this country. And I'm very proud of being American. I think it's the greatest privilege that I have received in my life. But, man, I'm not going to lie to you, man. It pisses me off how many people are against this country. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and jump in. Well, not right now, but we're going to go ahead and jump into the issue of Iran. Now, you guys know that I have been talking about Iran a little bit, not as much as I would like to, but that's because I know what needs to be done. I know President Trump knows what needs to be done. But he's trying to appease to the people, and he's trying to do everything diplomatically. And remember what I told you yesterday in the morning. If there's something that you can take out and you can learn, look at what Israel is doing in the Middle East, fighting against all these terrorists. Okay? Israel's the only one fighting them, defending. And they call him a monster. They call Netanyahu, their leader, a monster. They call him this, and they hate on him, and, he's committing genocide, blah, blah. Fuck that shit. Let me tell you why I don't give a shit about these people saying Israel's committing genocide. These fucking hypocrites are out there trying to kill every single Jew. They're the ones trying to annihilate Israel. It pisses me off. It should piss everybody off that they're looking at you like you're a fool. They're not trying to just, take a piece of the land back. No. From the river to the sea, they want to kill every Jew. Everyone. Apologize. I was trying to go somewhere with that. I'll get back to it. And then we see Ukraine attacking Russia. Why is the Ukraine attacking Russia? Well, Russia decided to do a small incursion approved by the Biden administration. And they have abused that little incursion. And Ukraine is hitting bridges, power grids, everything to hinder Russia, their enemy, who has been hating on them for a very long time. Well, they don't say anything about that on the left. But you know what? We have Iran, who has been attacking us for 47 years. And so when we go and decide to attack their bridges, their power grids, etc., the leftists jump off their seats and said, oh, my God, the President Trump is such an evil. Shut the hell up. Shut up. It's got to piss you off at some time. At some point, it's got to piss you off. So one of the things that I don't like is first of all, I don't give a shit about people's opinions if they don't do anything for me. I just don't give a shit. And when I talk about opinions, it's about opinions about me. How you see me? Do you like me? Do you not like me? I don't give a shit. I hate being told what to do. I don't like being manipulated. I don't like to be used. So fuck you very much if I am myself. With that being said, I told you, one of the things that I am kind of disappointed on President Trump is that he hasn't been as tough as I think he should be. But I'm going to tell you something. Yesterday, when I told you that the world thinks that President Trump is a coward, I told you, provoke him. Poke the tiger. Pull the tail. Yeah. Go pull the tail on the tiger. And that's exactly what they have been doing. Well, yesterday, they did overnight. They did multiple attacks. I believe it was like around 80 attacks. And, we're going to go through some videos in here and we'll corroborate all that. And we are going to continue to do so. President Trump is starting to get to the point where he's going to be exactly where our enemies don't want him to be. See, our enemies are counting on the libtards to be in the way. They are counting on all their Muslim mayors and governors that they're putting in office so that they can go ahead and put together Congress and Senate and fight against it and play the victim. But I want you to learn something. I want you to learn something. Billions. I want you to really learn something. I know we don't have that many people right now. I want you to learn something. If I can reach at least 10 of you guys today, learn this. Our enemy is a bully. It is a fucking pussy who comes out and starts all this mess and then plays the innocent part of it. Let me tell you how. With Israel, they attack Israel. And when Israel turns around and kicks their ass, oh my God, genocide, genocide. Go protest on the streets of New York and the United States. Fuck you. Fuck all of you terrorists. Sons of bitches destroying the peace that everybody wants on earth. They go and cry genocide. Hitler killed millions of Jews. And these sons of bitches says there was not enough. But they want to cry genocide. They want to cry injustice. They want to cry like Israel is this evil Israel country. Evil Israel, while they are the ones attacking them all the time. How do I know? They do the same shit to us. They don't fuck with us that much, do they? Because they know that we're going to fuck them up. They learned something on September 11, 2001. They learned something. They fucked with the wrong country. And back then, we still had real Americans in office. Whether you like them or not is irrelevant. They fucked around and found out. They destroyed the Twin Towers. And we fucked them up. It's what you do. Somebody mess with your family, it's what you do. Somebody mess with your country, it's what you do. They play the victim card, and they are the agitators. They are the violent. They are the perpetrators. They are the criminals. And they tell the world that they are the victims. And a lot of stupid people believe that. Just like this moron here, Shaky Nub. We attacked them first. Get the fuck out of here, bro. It's like you never lived in the United States of America. It's like you've never been hit by terrorist attacks. It's just like you never fucking saw any bombs being deployed by fucking Muslims in the United States of America for decades. Where the fuck have you been? This is not going to be one of those fucking podcasts today. Let me tell you that right now. Tensions are high. World War III is inevitable. Let me tell you why. Because a lot of people on the left are fucking morons. That's why. Ronald Reagan said it. Seems like Americans need to be attacked, be under duress, in order for them to understand what they must do for their country. We were getting bombed by Muslim terrorists over and over and over for decades. Nobody did shit about it. Nobody did shit about it. Huh. Well then. September 11 happened. 2001. Thousands of people died. Almost 3,000. We went across and fucked them up. You know what happened on September 11? Everybody came together in the United States of America. For a moment, there was no black, there was no Asian, there was no Hispanic, there was no migrant. Just one people. No racism, no prejudice. Simple unity. Because of the atrocity that happened in New York. That was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. We are the most powerful nation in the world. This is true. We are the wealthiest. This is true. We are the biggest market. The biggest customer. You understand? And we are only 250 years old. We're just a baby. And yet we have acquired so much greatness that our enemies are jealous. Ignorant people like Javier Hernandez here. Jealous, envious of the greatness of the American people. Real, true American people and this great nation. I'm sorry to say, but minority class, blacks, Hispanics, a bunch of fucking morons have chosen to be little thugs, little gangsters, criminals, and they think that that's a good thing. It's not a good thing. You're wasting your life. I remember in the early 90s interviewing some dumbass black kids acting like Bloods, like Crips. That's not the way to be American. Shut the hell up, Jenny. You have to see beyond the lies of these libtards. Beyond the lie of the Islam terrorist groups. Beyond the lies of the communists. There's no other way to go about it. Third World III is inevitable. It must happen. And it will happen. Huh. It's going to happen. It's actually in the Bible. Most people don't understand where it is. Unfortunately, this country is not going to be united as we want until our enemies come and fuck everybody up. That's just the way it's going to be. Nobody believes in God until they're about to die. Nobody wants to repent from their sins until they're about to die. Nobody believes that there is a God out there until they're afraid for their life. You have been played, America. You have been played by the enemy over and over and over again. And that's why I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit with what anybody says. Because they don't love this country. I do. They don't understand what's happening in the world. But I have an idea of what's happening in the world. And let me tell you, President Trump is pissed. You think that we are going to have a Civil War II? No. It's not going to get there. World War III is going to happen before Civil War II happens. And I'm going to tell you, all of these fucking libtards that are out there trying to say that we can attack our enemies, they're going to fucking find out very soon. And I am very thankful that we have more American patriots armed to the teeth because they know that it's better to be prepared to defend this country here than to go out there and walk around naked on a gay parade. Unbelievable. You don't have to believe in God. You don't have to be a Christian. You don't have to do any of those things. But you do have to be an American to be in this country. You know, World War III is just, we're walking on thin ice. It's going to break any minute. Any minute. And President Trump is pissed. He is pissed. And I remember that I voted for Trump for a few reasons. One of them, he was going to secure the border and do mass deportations. Now, the libtards have been doing a tremendous job obstructing massive deportations. But that's all right. It'll happen anyway. But number two, and most importantly, he said, I'm going to bomb the shit out of my enemy. And that's what I want. That's where I want my tax dollars to go to. Here's some advice for you socialist Democrats. Instead of bitching about money that goes to our defense of national security, instead of bitching about unaffordability, how about you go fucking get a job? How about you go and create a company where all of the money goes to your employees and that you are ass out? Why don't you go create a corporation where everybody makes the same amount of money, even though you're going to be doing all the investing, even though you are going to be doing all the hard work? I know why. Of course, I know why you won't do it. Because you're lazy. You want everything to just hand it to you. People that come in here just because they hate Trump, then fuck you very much. I will tear you apart. How about that? If you just don't like this country because you don't like Trump, you are officially a fucking libtard. You are retarded. You are literally the kind of people that we want to get rid of in this country. You don't have to believe in God, but God is real. Trump is pissed. And Iran and all their fucking idiots that follow Iran, all those Muslims that are doing their podcast over here, out in the open. They're out here in the open doing podcasts, telling Americans, you probably don't even know because you don't pay attention, telling Americans that Muslims are going to take over this country. And all you fucking libtards out there, oh, lies, lies, lies. Shut the hell up. You gullible, naive weakling. Ignorant people. This is why you perish. For lack of knowledge. I'd rather be pissed off and know the truth. Well, libtards, they hate Trump, so they're always going to be pissed off. See, I don't get pissed off because you hate Trump. No, I don't support the LGBTQ. That doesn't mean that I have to go and hate them and destroy them. We got to have balance. I'm not telling you, Trumpers, don't be a fucking idiot. Don't be a moron. Anybody can be killed. Anybody. For any reason. If you're a teenager, bro, and you're making that comment, you don't know shit about what happened to Charlie. You really don't know shit. But the United States of America is going to go through a massive change in culture. I can tell you that right now. I can tell you that right now. You're the only one fucking making dumbass comments, Shumpers. All right, that's all the attention you get from me. 80 times we attacked Iran's defenses. By the way, the attacks that they made on the tankers did minimum damage. They were still able to get through. No injuries were reported. They didn't do shit with that mosquito fleet. But I really hope that President Trump is going to be stepping up to the next level. Thank you, man. I really hope that President Trump becomes the guy that I voted for. The guy that says I'm going to bomb the shit out of him. I don't care. I don't care. That's what he said. Boop, you got my vote. Boop, you got my vote. I hope he's going back to that. Let me try to get to one of the lives that I was going to get through here. Now, I haven't watched this. Let me see if I can get it to where it's already in progress. This is President Trump, I guess, and the NATO OTAN meeting with Zelensky. Let's hope that we have good audio on here. This live was rebroadcasted by Forbes Breaking News. So let me go ahead and show you guys this.
Green.
Hold on. And let's see. This one is Iran conflict ignite. Yep, we'll get to that one after this. I want to hear what he says about Zelensky if anything happens here at all.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with President Zelensky. We've talked a little while, and we speak on occasion by phone. We had a great talk the other day, I think, very positive. And I think we have some very good stories to tell, what's going on. He wants to see a settlement, and I think President Putin wants to see a settlement. And usually that means a settlement, but who knows, this is a tough one. But I just, we just had our NATO meeting, and it was a great meeting. You probably heard it was a great meeting. There was a lot of love in that room, a lot of unity. And I don't think it could have been, Marco, what do you think? It couldn't have gone much better. Do you have a feeling as to what you just saw?
Very positive. A lot of unity, strength in it.
Yeah, really good. Scott, what do you think?
Yes, sir. All the Europeans attributed you to saving NATO, and they want to do what they're supposed to do and do the right thing.
Yeah, there was something very special. And I will say that what they've done with Turkey and President Erdogan has been a friend of mine. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. Strong man, good man, and he's done a fantastic job. Every road, so everything's perfect. He's, from the airport to the destination, everything's been perfect. So we had a really good meeting, and we thought this would be a good time for President Zelensky and I to meet, and we'll see what we can do. But we've actually developed a good relationship. It's hard to believe, right? From the Oval Office to now, I think we've developed a very good relationship. And
this is not the end.
no, this is going to be the beginning, maybe.
Yeah.
Just the beginning. And you know, the country has a lot of future. It has such great land, such great assets, such great people. And you have a lot of people. I was with a group in Poland, and you have a lot of people in Poland, and which is a terrific country with a really great president. I happen to endorse him, so, and he's doing a very good job. And they were saying they love Poland, but they really want to go back. You know, you're going to get a lot of people back when this is over. They left some, and they're all. I think they're going to come back. A big percentage are going to come back. So we're going to have a good talk, and we're going to see how it all goes. And Mr. President, would you like to say something?
Thanks so much, Mr. President. Thank you very much for this meeting, and we're very thankful, as always, to your support, American support, bipartisan support. Thanks for the invitation to this summit, and I think that I agree with you. We have a lot what to discuss, what to speak about, and of course we are thankful for the Pearl program. And we want to share with you some details what we want to raise during our meeting. Air defense is the priority. The second point, or maybe the first, about negotiations. I think yes, we understand what to do. Is our estimation what to do, how to bring this, and I hope that you will do. I'm sure that you will do everything to stop this war. Yeah, and I'm very happy that our side began to work on drone deal, and it's very good beginning. And I hope that today I will have possibility to also to discuss with you some very important details. Thank you so much.
Well, we've settled a lot of wars, and this one is the one that I thought maybe would be the easiest. But Putin's a difficult character, and this guy's a difficult character. It's not the easiest. Not the easiest thing, and there's a lot of commitment, and there's a lot of love of the countries and everything else. But I think we've made a lot of progress in the last couple of weeks, and we'll see how it all goes. So, do you have any questions?
President Trump, sir. President Trump. With the Iran ceasefire possibly over, can we expect the resumption of full-scale hostilities?
They are behaving very badly, as they have for 47 years. And you know, we hit them hard last night after they launched a couple of, you don't have to know about this, you got stuff on your mind, but they launched a couple of drones and one rocket, one missile, and at ships, because they were in the strait, which they have every right to be. And so we hit them very hard last night, very, probably hit them hard again tonight. I'll give them a little warning, we're going to hit them hard tonight. But we'll see how it all works out. No, I'm not happy with them. You know, it's like, for instance, we'll have a meeting and we'll talk about the denuclearization of Iran, because that's what the war is. It's not a war. It's really the denuclearization of Iran. And we'll have a meeting and we'll talk about just that. Just because my whole thing is not about regime change. It's not about that. Although I think it's regime change when you knock out the first group, the second group, and now you're the. I think that's maybe the ultimate regime change, but that's not what it's about. It's about, we don't want them to have nuclear weapons, and it's denuking or denuclearization. And I think we've made a lot of progress, and they'll get out of the room. We'll talk about it like we're here. They'll agree on everything, and then they'll go and have a news conference and say we never even talked about it. They're cuckoo. There's something wrong with these people. And for 47 years, they've been the bully of the Middle East, and they're not the bully anymore. They're not the bully anymore. And all we want, it's very simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon. That's what I'm there for.
President Trump, sir. President Trump.
If they did, they'd use it, and we're not going to let that
President Trump, sir.
Daniel?
You've made a career making deals in very challenging situations. Speaking to President Zelensky, speaking to President Putin, in your view, sir, what is the most pragmatic pathway forward to finding a long-term peace deal?
I just think they're going to make a deal. Look, this deal has been in the works for a long time. It's got the pluses, the minuses. They know what it is. He knows what it is better than anybody. And I just think it's sometimes, I used an analogy, and it sounds simple, but it's sort of true. You have two kids in a park, and they don't like each other, and they start fighting. Sometimes you have to let them fight, let them see that it's tough. It's tough. Fighting is tough. And he's done an amazing job. Look, he's been very effective. Now he's had the best equipment because he's had our equipment, and he's had great. But somebody has to use that equipment, and you have a lot of brave people that are using that equipment. And Russia, it's a big country, but it's a big force. Russia's always been a big fighting force, so it's. But I really believe it's ready. It's very interesting because you'd almost say it's worse than ever, and maybe it isn't. Sometimes with war, and you study war, and I've studied it so long, for years, long before I did this, sometimes it's when it gets the worst. And I don't know that it's the worst right now. It's consistently bad. They lost 25,000 people were lost, kids, young people last month. And we had a month, 35, 2 months ago. And I would say more Russians. And but it's just, they're people. They're people. And there's actually very little difference between the people. I mean, it's like the Russians and Ukrainian people. And they can get along, but it's a nasty war. Thousands and thousands, mostly soldiers, are being killed. The battlefields, I see pictures and it's horrible. He thinks it's horrible. We all think it's horrible. And the president wants to get it done, and I believe that President Putin wants to get it done, and that should be a good combination.
Mr. President, what is your assessment on Ukraine's strike on Russian oil refineries and military factories?
Where are you from?
Ukraine.
Phrase the question differently, please.
Ukraine delivered alone strikes on Russian military factories and on oil refineries, and they ran out of gas.
Marco, why don't you answer that? Because you're right in the middle of it.
Yeah, no, I think what you're discussing is the ability of Ukraine to reach deep inside of Russia and conduct strikes. I think that's one of the dynamics that's changed in this war over the last few months, and that is that the Russians are finding it more difficult to defend their own airspace. And what we hope that means is that it's going to create the space now to negotiate the end of this war.
It's an escalation, but it's also an escalation that can help lead to an end. And,
Mr. President, what makes you think that Mr. Putin might be seeking for the settlement?
So where are you from?
Radio Free Europe's Ukrainian service. I'm from Ukraine.
Okay, good. Because I talked to him. I talked to President Zelensky, and I think that's all I've done. My whole life I made deals. I guess becoming president was making a deal, right? It was like a lot of little individual things. In the end, it's making a deal. And that's what I do, and I do it well, and I know when people want to make a deal. I think he wants to make a deal. And I do feel that President Zelensky would like to get back to rebuilding his country as opposed to, having all of this death and destruction. Ukraine has tremendous potential. He understands that. We talk about that. He talks about that more than he talks about the war. To me, I think you might find that more exciting than the war. It's brutal. The end is the beauty of it. I think he'll build a great country. I think he's going to build it. We have a little stake in that country now because we have some land in that country, but we have minerals. It's among the wealthiest, it's among the best land anywhere in the world for rare earth. And we have some, we have some rare earth. I look forward to taking advantage of it at the right time.
Mr. President,
Europe to make Patriot missiles in Europe.
He's one of my favorite soldiers. I see him. He's central casting. You, right? You doing okay?
Yes, sir.
We see him in meetings. He's good. He's done a great job. Great
Trying
job.
to do all of us.
Yeah. Great hero, actually.
Mr. President, will you allow Europe to make Patriot interceptors in Europe? Are you comfortable with licensing that technology?
About what? No.
Patriot interceptors to be made in Europe.
And you're talking with respect to Ukraine. Well, we're going to talk about that. You know, look, it's a defensive weapon, which I like, better than an offensive weapon. It's the best. So I was saying we have an aircraft carrier, which is one of the most beautiful in the world. It's one of the biggest, the Abraham Lincoln. And 2 months ago, we had 100, I told this story yesterday, we had 111 missiles shot by the Islamic Republic of Japan. They were shot at the aircraft carrier over a period of about 1 hour. 111 missiles going to a very expensive ship, and every one of those missiles was knocked down. Pretty much most by Patriots, but by other means also, as you know.
Yeah.
Other less expensive means. It's even better when you do that. But out of the 111 missiles, every one of them was shot down. It didn't hit the ship, and you know, bad things happen, right, when that happens. So think of that, over a period of 1 hour, these missiles are coming at you, and every one of them shot down. So I think one of the things we're going to be talking about is, as you know, the companies, we have great power over the companies. Those companies that make the Patriot and make all of the great stuff, the Tomahawks, all of the great stuff. We have the best stuff. Many things. The Patriot's great, but we have many, many great things. You see that with Venezuela. You see it with Iran. Look, Iran has been wiped out. Iran, their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, everything's gone. But one of the things I think we're going to be talking about today, a little birdie told me this, about the fact that we'll give them the right to make Patriots. We'll show them how to do it. It's very complex, actually, but it's you'll figure out the complexity quickly. And we're talking about that, and the company that makes them, which is building now 4 plants, you know, all of our companies will be able to do this in 2 to 3 months. If you order a Patriot, now you have to wait a long time for them. Same thing with Tomahawks. We have a lot of certain equipment, but with they call it the elite equipment, and you don't need elite equipment necessarily for a war. But so one of the things we're going to be talking about is we're going to give a license to you to make Patriots. That's pretty cool, right? This way you can't complain that we're not giving them enough. I say make them yourself. We haven't informed the company of that yet, but that'll work out all right. You know, I'm sure they'll be thrilled. But you know, they'll be able to do it. You'll be able to figure that out. Most countries couldn't do that.
Yeah.
If I said that to most countries, they wouldn't know what I'm talking about. But this is a very ingenious group, and what I like about that, it's a defensive situation as opposed to an offensive. But I think one of the things you might want to be talking about is that. That's what I heard. Little birdie told me that.
On Iran, can you clarify, does the end of the ceasefire mean that we are back to a full-scale
Well, as far as I'm
military
concerned,
conflict?
They violate the agreement every day. They lie, they cheat, they kill people. They've been killing people for 47 years. They knocked out the SS Cole. We lost, what, 200 people more? That was a long time ago. For 47 years, no president did anything about that. Well, Obama actually gave them vast amounts of money. You'd like this. He gave them a plane load of money, $1.7 billion in green cash. They loaded up a Boeing 757. Remember the old 750? It was a beautiful plane loaded up with cash. They took all the seats out, and they took all of the cash from Virginia, Maryland, and DC banks. They had no money. They took every ounce of cash, put it in, flew it to Iran, and gave them the money. I wonder what these guys thought of when the door opened and cash fell out of this big plane, beautiful plane. And then on top of that, they gave them billions and billions of dollars. And by the way, they gave it to the wrong country, frankly. You want to know the truth. And it began. That was pretty much the Obama deal. That was one of the worst tragedies that happened. That's what happened in the Middle East. That deal set back that whole situation. They went with it. Frankly, they picked the wrong country. They picked the wrong country. JC, POC. What a terrible deal. I call it the Obama nuclear waste deal, because what he did with that deal is he caused tremendous hardship in the Middle East. It was a terrible thing to do. And we've been just the opposite. Our deal is a wall to a nuclear weapon. His deal was a road to a nuclear weapon. They'll never build a nuclear weapon under our deal, but I don't know if we're gonna have a deal. We may just do it without a deal. Because you know what, it's easier. Because these people, they lie and they cheat, and you have an agreement, and they'll go outside. For instance, they agreed, well, we'll never have a nuclear weapon. They agreed. Then they go outside, they have a news conference where they leak that we never discussed the subject. Now, who would believe we never discussed the subject? Because for me, that's 99.9% of what we're doing. It's denuclearization of Iran, okay? So, when you ask, our guys can continue. You know, Steve is great, and Jared, and all the guys. They know him very well. Yeah, actually, they're working on your stuff, too. I wonder which. I picked two beauties. You know what? We settled 8 wars. I got a couple of beauties here. But Steve's great, and Jared's great. You know, they're the right guys. And we'll see what happens. But I will say this. Iran, they've misbehaved for 47 years. They've killed our soldiers, they've killed our people, and they've killed a lot of people all over the Middle East and elsewhere. And the roadside bomb was their preferred, the preferred weapon was by Soleimani, the roadside bomb, where it would explode under a truck. We actually built trucks with floors, steel this thick. And then all they did was they made bigger bombs. And we have young guys around, not walking around because they have no legs. But their legs were blown off, their arms were blown off, their face was blown off, and they live because of modern medicine. You can do anything, but they're living like in hell. Their whole life changed because of Iran, and that was 96% of the people that used that. They were made in Iran, and so we have a score to settle too.
Mr. President, you say that President Putin is ready to finish this war. What if he doesn't? Are you ready to put pressure on Russia? Are you ready to
we have a
put
lot
sanctions?
of pressure. We have a lot of pressure on President Putin. You know, I don't think he likes what's going on. I don't think he's thrilled with what's happening. There's a lot of pressure on President Putin to get it done. I think there's pressure on everybody to get that one done. A lot of pressure.
Mr. President, what's your security guarantee for Ukraine?
The guarantee?
Yes, security guarantee for Ukraine.
The security guarantee you're talking about? I mean, not that we want to do it. We'll do it to save lives. Look, Ukraine's very far away. We have an ocean separating us. What I'm doing is I'm trying to save lives. A lot of lives are being lost. I also think that it's a country with great potential. I think if this kind of brain power can go toward rebuilding the country instead of fighting a war, I think that country is going to do fantastically well. And likewise, Russia, look, they're devoting a lot of energy. Do you have a question for President Putin, please? Do you have a question for President Putin? Not so much. Yeah, what would you like to ask him? Because I'm going to ask him that question.
I have a question. Last year you called Russia a paper tiger, referring that they're not doing that.
Who did I call?
I'm from Telegraph UA, Ukrainian media.
No, give us a question, not for Zelensky, give us a question for Putin.
And he's
Because
attacking Ukraine
I'm
cities
speaking
and he
to him
wants
today.
peace.
Yeah.
Putin,
Why is he
It'd be a
attacking
good,
Ukraine
hard
cities?
question.
He wants peace.
when will he end this war?
That's
is
a
the
good question. I don't think I've ever answered that question. I've been asking that question.
Pане президент,
Mr. President, what's the status of a drug deal between the U.S.
Say
and
it.
Ukraine? What's the status
By the
of
way, I will tell you though, he's going to tell you that he wants it ended as soon as he can end it. He wants it ended. He wants to end it soon. And I ask him, and we talk. I talk to him a lot. I talk to him a little bit less, but the relationship is very good. But I talk to President Putin a lot. He wants to end the war.
Mr. President,
A lot of people don't believe that.
Doesn't he
What's
want
the
all
status
of
of a
it?
drug deal between Ukraine?
What are President Putin's conditions for ending the war? Do you know what?
Well, they were certain conditions that were a little bit different. I think they're changing. I think they're probably getting a little bit better toward some of the things that you'd like. It's been tougher in Russia. It's been a lot tougher than it was supposed to be. I mean, in all fairness, this was supposed to be this is a war that would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. You'd have a full country, you know, I mean, just a shame that it happened. But no, this is something that I think Zelensky wants to do and Putin wants to do. They want to get it done. Ask the president that question. Ask him.
Пане президенте, ви знаєте, на яких зараз умовах Володимир Путін готовий завершувати війну в Україні? Чи ж вони змінилися?
No, I don't know what I don't know what conditions Putin now wants for this peace. So I think that they are changing in any way because at the very beginning of full-scale war he was stronger, and now I think he is losing initiative on the battlefield. I think his army. But that's why I think that because of technologies, because it's not the question now of number of people. People are our heroic people are very important. But now it's not the question of only number of people. First of all, people and technologies. People with technologies. Now I think that we have better steps, technological steps further than Russia. Maybe quicker. Because you know that they produce a lot of different things which are tough, strong against us, but we are quicker. And that's why I think that now initiative moved to our hands. Not totally, but moved. We are trying to move this war to the sky from the battlefield. That's why we now begin to control the battlefield. This is very important. It's difficult when you have less people to move them back, but we found another way how to do it, to cut their logistic for their army. It's about weapon, petrol, diesel, without massive human losses. That is the difference between us. By the way, Russia is. I mean,
he's got a lot of support. I just left the room with where they have. I mean, mostly European, you have Canada, but mostly European countries. And they have great support for Ukraine, and really great support. One of the things you talk about questions for Putin, but one of the things that I talked to him about was where would you want to meet? And he said ideally in Moscow. I said you're not going to meet in Moscow. It just doesn't work. You can't do that. But he'll meet, and Zelensky's going to meet. And something's going to happen that's going to be positive. And I hope it's going to happen soon, because they have to, number one, lives, but number two, building your country, because it's got a tremendous future, in my opinion. Yeah.
Where would it be held, and when would that happen?
I don't know.
Mr. President,
President Putin said, I would love to meet in Moscow. And I said, I don't think, I have to put myself in his position. I don't know that he'd go to Moscow. Maybe he would. Would you go to Moscow?
It's difficult. There are a lot of Ukrainian drones there. That's right. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. Europe.
No, it's hard. It's hard to go to Moscow.
Mr. President,
I thought I'd answer that
Mr. President,
question. I didn't want to ask him that question.
Mr. President, how to ensure that Ukraine will not be attacked again by Russia?
What about?
How to make sure that Ukraine will not be attacked by Russia again?
Look, you mean in the future? You mean after there's an agreement? Well, we're going to work on a security guarantee that, and Russia respects us a lot, and we're going to work on some kind of a security. If we can make the right deal, we'll help Europe. I mean, Europe is going to be watching it, but we're going to be helping them, and we'll work on some kind of a security package that will make sure. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that if we make a deal, Russia is going to be very happy, and they're going to get on with other things. They have, by the way, as a country too, they have tremendous potential. They have tremendous land, valuable land that they can do things with, and they have tremendous potential. But I don't think it's going to happen. I don't see, that question is, oh, they're going to attack again. I don't see it at all. I think they've had it. This has been going on for almost 5 years, right?
Yeah.
Who would have thought? I mean, it's a tribute because it's a bigger country, strong country, and it's an amazing tribute. Anything else?
With the Patriot missiles, President Zelensky has said that Ukraine needs Patriot missiles now. Over 50 Ukrainians have died in recent airstrikes just in the last few days. So in addition to these production licenses, which will take time, would you consider
Not that
providing?
much time, actually.
Would you consider providing any to Ukraine immediately?
We have Patriots, but we don't have that many. We need them for ourselves too, you know. Some, yeah, I mean some, but I think they can produce them pretty quickly. Once we explain it, we'll bring the company here. You'll work with the company. They have a great ability to produce weapons, pretty complex weapons.
Will you go to Ukraine?
President, do you have any deadline?
Will you go to Ukraine?
I would, yeah.
Do you have any deadline when you want to reach
I'd rather have the war be over.
When will be happen? Do you have any
I'm not sure
deadline?
Secret Service would be thrilled.
Are you
Putin doesn't stop war.
I think the people are incredible. And I mean, like Kiev, it would be nice to get it before any more damage is done, to be honest. It's such a beautiful city, right? And yeah, I would go to Ukraine at the right time.
Do you have any deadline when you want to reach a deal between Ukraine and Russia? Do you have any deadline in that regard?
No, I don't have a deadline. You can't have a deadline. It's, you know, it's too much going on. But I think you're going to have a deal. I think, you know, I've been very good. You know, we had certain deals like Azerbaijan and some of the deals that we made, and they've been going on for 32 years. And they said it's an impossible thing to get them solved. Eight different deals. Even in the Congo, it was. Think of it. You have the Congo and Rwanda. That was 14 million people dead, a lot of them with machetes. It's a horror. We got that one solved, or you know, it flares up every once in a while, I must say. But we got deals done that weren't doable. But if you look at well, India and Pakistan, they were at it. We get that. We get them done, and when we get them done, I find that people are not anxious to go back into it. I think we'll have you once mentioned the word security guarantee in the Oval Office.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think they're going to need some kind of a security guarantee, but we're going to work with them. It's important. I think he thinks that's a very important thing.
The security guarantees are very important.
And they'll live by it.
Partially, President said about Patriots and licenses. The Patriot system is the best, you know, in the world for today. The best anti-ballistic system. So we used a lot of.
That's the best.
Yeah, the best one, and which was, I mean, checked everything during the war. So this is true. So with all respect to other partners, we are thankful for all the systems. Patriots.
Well, they had different systems in Venezuela. Yeah. So Venezuela had systems that didn't work. We didn't have one plane shot down. We didn't have one. We had one helicopter operator who was incredible. He landed it perfectly, and his leg was almost blown off. And we gave him the Congressional Medal of Honor because very few people could have landed that. You know, you land them with your feet, really, more than anything else. And he landed it. He was really in bad shape. And at the State of the Union, we gave him. He was a handsome guy, big handsome guy, but we gave him the Congressional Medal of Honor at the State of the Union. So, look. He wants to get it done, and we're going to get it done.
What's the status on a drone deal between Ukraine and the U.S.?
And what's that?
What's the status of a drone deal between Ukraine and the U.S.?
Well, we would buy their drones, and we make drones. We make great drones, but they have an ability to make a lot of them, which is, right, Marco, amazing that in a war situation they make them. They make them in basements. They make them wherever the hell you have a little shelter, even if you don't have shelter, I suspect, right? It's an amazing ability. Very few. Well, that's why I say with the Patriots, they would be able to do it. Most countries would not be able. They don't have the talent. You have very talented people. So, yeah, I think we're going to make that deal. If we made that deal, we'd have great protection. I love the protection. Think if you had a lot of Patriots, you'd never be hit. And as an example, in Kiev, where they get hit with missiles, those missiles, like what I said about the Abraham Lincoln, the missiles would be shot down. You know. So, and I think you'd start making it pretty quickly. Right? You like the idea?
No, it's a great idea.
I think everybody likes that one.
As part of security guarantees, are you ready to close the skies in case Russia attacks again?
Close what?
To close the skies over Ukraine in case Russia.
It's been
As a part of security guarantees, are you ready to impose a no-fly?
If it's necessary, yeah. I mean, look, I tell you, when we have a deal, we're going to have a deal. Security guarantee or no security guarantee. If we have a deal, we're going to have a deal. We're not going to have to worry about what you're saying. We're going to have a deal. I think if we come to a solution, which I think we will, we're going to have a deal. Now, we want to make sure the deal sticks. Some people don't think it will. I think it will. I'm sure it will. I'm not sure it will with Iran. If we make a deal with Iran, I'm not sure that will stick.
May I ask you, what does your...
Because I found them to be very dishonorable people. Yeah.
Are you going to reimpose the
I
naval
don't find that with
blockade?
him. And I mean, I don't want to upset him, but everything I've done with President Putin has been okay. It's been good. He's going to say, oh, but I would expect you to say that, but that's good. I don't think anything's going to be broken. And we're going to do a security guarantee in case it is. But with Iran, 47 years, this should have been done by another president a long time ago, or somebody else, another country. But they got stronger and stronger, and now they're weak.
Are you going to reimpose the naval
Don't
blockade
forget,
on
we knocked
Iranian
out
ports?
159 ships in 1 week. That's good even for you, right? 159. Their entire navy is at the bottom of the sea. And now they have little boats, little tiny boats that go around. And we knocked about 28 of them out last night with the same weapon we use for the drug people. You know, drugs are down, by the way, drugs by sea are down 97%. Meaning nobody wants to get into those boats and take drugs into it. They're down 97%. And we're using the same thing for the mine boats. You know, they like to drop mines in. And we hit a lot of them last night, like 28. We knocked out 28 boats last night, little ones. That's all they have is little ones.
Are you going to try to take out more tonight?
Will we go tonight? You know, normally I wouldn't tell you. I wouldn't tell you, but you know what? There's not a thing they can do about it. So the answer is probably.
President Trump.
Terrible military strategy. He just said he's going to that. Yeah,
President
they deserve it.
President Trump, what is the effectiveness of last night's attack? What message does that send to what's left of the Iranian
Which
regime?
attack are you talking about?
The attack that you guys had on Iran last night. The strikes last night?
Oh, I think it has a tremendous impact. Well, first of all, we took out additional, you know, they were trying to rebuild their radar, and they had about 60% built. Now they have to start all over again. Look, we're not attacking at the highest level. The highest level are the bridges, which we can knock down. I would say in one day we knocked down every single bridge in Iran. There's not a thing they can do about it. Their electric manufacturing facilities, right? Their electric plants where they make their electricity there. If we have to, we'll take them out. I don't want to do that, but if we have to, we'll take them out. They have desalinization plants. We'll take them out if we have to. I hate to do that. That's probably the one I would like not to do least. We attacked Carg Island last night. We knocked out a piece. I said, don't touch the oil, because maybe we'll take over Carg Island. You know, we may take over Carg Island. There's not a thing they can do about it. But I said, don't hit the pipes, just hit everything else. And they hit it. They may hit it again tonight. So, you know, as for your question, normally I'm not that way. But they really deserve it. Because they're saying they want to make a deal, but they don't. You know, they asked for a timeout. They wanted to go to the funeral of Khomeini. And I said, give it to them. And they start shooting missiles. I mean, it was the craziest thing. Now, we did kill him. Yeah, so I guess you have to look at it that way. But the funeral took place, and they wanted to have a period of time. And they also asked that we not kill them. And we said, we're not going to kill you. They were worried we'd kill them during the funeral. I mean, if you can believe it, what a crazy... Did you ever think I'd be doing this for a living? Marco? Did anybody ever think I'm doing, maybe Pete, but this wasn't supposed to be for me. Pete loved this stuff from day one. But they said to us, please don't kill us during the funeral. I said, I won't. And we didn't do anything. In fact, we made it safe for them, actually. And what happens? They try and knock out two ships, a Saudi and I guess Kuwait, right? Kuwaiti, oh no, Qatari. In addition, really three.
Yes, sir.
So you had three of them. And it just, I don't know. I just don't know with them. A lot of people say they're very dishonorable people and they can't keep a deal. So we'll see. Now, as to whether or not Steve Witkoff, Jared, and JD and everybody working on that will talk, I guess they can talk, but I'm not seeing it with them, with the people. My whole life is deals. I don't see it. I don't see it with them.
Well,
and there may be a big attack, and it'll knock out a lot of stuff. We don't knock out nothing. We knock out a lot. Pete, do you want to tell them about last night?
Yes, sir. Last night, as you said, a lot of small craft that they were trying to harass shipping with. So that was a big part of what we targeted. Underground facilities where they were storing drones or missiles, coastal defense sites, radar sites, surveillance sites, anything used to harass shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. So anything they thought they had rebuilt or capability they were using was a target last night. And tonight, if we need to, on your order, Mr. President, we will hit even more and even deeper, because that's the consequence.
And we may put down the blockade. We may put it back, the blockade. And it'll only be a blockade for Iran. Anybody else can have whatever they want. Now, of course, they'll drop some mines if they can, if they can do it. But it's hard because we're taking out those little boats now with the same weapon we used to take out the drug lords and the boats coming in by sea. Think of it, 97%. For years, we had fentanyl and all the other drugs coming in from different countries, including Venezuela. And it was, they'd arrest them, they'd bring them to a court, they'd be released, and they'd be back on another boat the next. 97%. What was done in the past had no impact. 97% drugs down coming in by sea. And now we're going to start doing it by land. The land is easy when we had to do sea first. And nobody, I think the 3% of the people that still do that, I think they're the bravest people in the world. We should probably give them a medal for bravery. Because and we're using the same exact missile to take out the mine drop. They call them mine droppers. But we have minesweepers, and one of the things that came up today is that European nations, the NATO group, they're sending minesweepers. We don't need them now. We have pretty much the mines are cleared up, but they'll probably drop some more. They're evil people. They're sick people. They're mentally disturbed people, and it should have been done 47 years ago. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
This way, please.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, press. Now get the hell out of here. Now I got another follow-up after this sit-down with Zelensky. But I want to change gears a little bit, and we'll come back. We'll come back to Trump. I want to show you guys this live that just finished or is still going on, not sure. But J.D. Vance is going to give us some updates on the Trump's anti-fraud crackdown. You heard it right, crackdown. Let me see if I can get this ready for you guys. On the right side, let's see. I'm still waiting for the where is the vice president? Everybody's talking except for vice president. Okay, that's not what I want. Speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Why don't we just do this? Let me go ahead and give you an update on another legal win for Trump. Apparently now what's happening is that the court recognizes the authority of the federal government. And if anybody holding a green card, now, you guys know that I talk about immigration all the time, but if anyone is holding a green card and they are not charged, they are simply accused of committing crimes, and if they're trying to come through the border, they will not be allowed to come back to the United States of America. Green card is a privilege, not a citizenship, but a permission to be able to reside in this country permanently. As long as they follow the law and behave and respect the country. If they step out of line, out. You are done. So if anybody on the left goes around and says, oh my God, I had a green card, I got deported, that's because you're an asshole. You are a criminal. Man, that was so simple. So easy. I'll tell you what, I don't have, let me see if I can have a different live feed. You know, I do want to mention, I do want to put this on. Let's see, this is about a 14-minute clip, it looks like. I guess Forbes, Forbes as well, make this little clip live. Let me go ahead and show it to you here. This is President Trump meeting with the Syrian president, Ahmad al-Shara. See, we like Muslims, just not the ones that are trying to take over our country. Those, we say, fuck them. Man, I'm telling you, man, this guy, though, this guy I'm about to show you, man, I trust him about as far as I can toss him. I'm going to tell you that right now. I trust him about as far as I can toss him. I don't know, man. He doesn't have a trusting face. You know what I'm saying? He does not have a trusting face. But let's take a listen and see what the hell they're talking about here.
He's brought it together. He's a strong person. He's a great leader. He's respected by everybody, including me. And we're proud to have him together. We're just here to talk a little bit. We released sanctions from the country, which really, I think, was a big boost. Sanctions was a very important thing. And we're proud of the job he's doing. Syria's become a very stable, I mean, it's amazing. In a short period of time, it's really been stabilized. And we're proud of that. And it's a big part of the Middle East. Syria had one of the great cultures, the professors and lawyers and doctors. It had one of the great cultures of any country, not just Middle East. And then it went through this terrible period of time. But it's a country that a lot of people are very proud of, and they're proud of the job he's done. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Would you like to say something?
في الحقيقة نحن حققنا إنجاز كبير في تحرير سوريا وإسقاط النظام السابق.
We have made a great achievement in the toppling of the former regime.
وكما ذكر فخامة الرئيس خلال سنة ونصف حققنا إنجاز كبير في توحيد البلاد ووضع على السكة الصحيحة من التنمية والاقتصاد.
And as President Trump said, in a year and a half, we made an achievement in bringing the country together, unifying the country and put it back on track.
هذا بفضل الشعب القوي، الشعب السوري اللي تكلم عنه فخامة الرئيس ترامب.
Of course, this is due to our strong people, the strong Syrian people that President Trump talked about. Then the historic decision that President Trump has taken by lifting the sanctions of Syria. As well as the help of friendly countries and the loving countries in the region, Turkey and other countries in our neighborhood. The entire Syrian people thanks President Trump.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Rowdy, do you have any questions?
Mr. President, are you going to remove Syria from the state sponsor of terrorism list?
I think I will, yeah. I think I will. Why wouldn't I? He's done a great job. Maybe he would have brought that up. That's a good question, yeah. Any problems with that? I think we should. Yeah, I will.
Do you still want Syria to help with Hezbollah in Lebanon?
They could help, we'll find out. I think we're making a lot of progress.
Mr. President,
They could help.
Mr. President,
He would do a very good job.
Prime Minister Netanyahu has been critical of aspects of your relationship in the last couple of days with President Erdogan of Turkey. He said that Erdogan has imperial ambitions on neighboring countries, presumably including Syria.
Well, he hasn't been involved with Syria. If you think, he hasn't been involved with Israel at all. And he's left it alone. I wouldn't say he's a friend, because he's not a friend of, as you know, of Netanyahu, of Bibi. They don't get along, I think. But, for me, he's been great. Look, Turkey's been fantastic and a fantastic ally. They're also a NATO country. And Israel, we've done, no president's done as much for Israel as I have. Nobody even close. If you look at, just look at all the things with Jerusalem, all the different things that we've done. The Golan Heights, I did things, nobody has ever done anything for Israel like me. And we made tremendous progress. And we've made a lot of progress with Iran too. Wiped out their military, but they should have been done 47 years ago.
And if I could, do you think that that Prime Minister Netanyahu should be re-elected? There's an election coming in Israel, or would you like to see new blood?
I can tell you this: he's been a great wartime president. We worked at Prime Minister. So we worked with each other very closely, and we went through a very big thing. We did a big thing together, and in my opinion, he's been a great wartime Prime Minister. I don't know anything about his politics. I'm not sure. I would think he should be popular because he did a very good job. We had and have a very good relationship. But he was a great wartime Prime Minister.
President
If you had other Prime Ministers, you know what? They wouldn't be in Israel right now. You know that? They wouldn't be. It would have been blown to pieces by Iran. If you had a weak Prime Minister, you wouldn't have. And if you had a different president, I guarantee there wouldn't be. And Israel wouldn't exist today if you didn't have me as president.
President Trump, you said data from the Energy Information Administration revealed that U.S. crude oil production set a new record in the month of April under your leadership.
That's right.
Why is it important to keep hitting numbers like this at this moment in time? Why is it important that you were able to get this done and keep it on this trajectory?
Well, when we decided to do this, it's called the denuclearization of Iran. We have to do it. We have to have. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon, and they admit they're never going to have it. But they behave badly. Always behave badly. There's something wrong with them. But when we did this, we thought oil would go much higher, and it didn't go very high. And now it's coming way down, and you're going to see oil drop very low. Now maybe we'll do some other things that could lift it a little bit, but I don't think it's going to lift it a lot at all. I think oil is coming down. There's tremendous amounts of oil. Scott, what would you say about that?
Yes, so record production under President Trump in his first term. Now in his second term, the U.S. is an energy superpower. It's why we weathered the conflict better than anyone else. And just this weekend, Bloomberg wrote that there is an oil glut out there, and we think that safe, secure American oil maybe even should trade at a premium to the rest of the world.
So we have, if you add it up, you take Saudi Arabia and take Russia, two big oil producers, we do more than twice as much. We do more than, so think of it, Saudi Arabia, Russia put together, we do more oil, and that's not including Venezuela. It's pretty amazing. And this all happened during my term. We started it as first term. Biden blew it because he had no idea what he was doing. But we are producing more oil right now than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined by almost double. Okay, any other questions?
Mr. President.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
You said that dealing with the Iranians is a waste of time. How do you plan to get the nuclear material and the nuclear assurances that you want?
Well, we've already got the nuclear material because it's so far underground, nobody's going to be able to get it except us because we have the equipment that can get it. But I call it the nuclear dust. The nuclear material is so far down underneath a mountain, and now that's been determined, that it would take massive machinery that we have that no other country has.
Mr. President, so you have no plans to go in, boots on the ground?
Why would I go in now? I go in when they're completely either eliminated or whatever happened, or an agreement's made.
Mr. President,
Yes.
if you cut off trade with Spain, does that mean that you're going to have to renegotiate a trade agreement with the EU?
With who?
With the EU, any past trade agreements you already have?
We're going to see what happens with the EU. You know, they've treated us very badly for years, and they took advantages. Look, we're very close to those countries, right? And to everybody in the EU. The problem is they took advantage of the United States for years. It's like him. They took advantage of Syria. He's bringing it back. And I'm bringing the United States back. We have the greatest economy we've ever had. We have the biggest investment. 19.2 trillion is being invested right now in the United States. 3 trillion was the record. Under Biden and under the past administration, they had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We have 19.2 trillion in 12 months. Think of that. We have the largest amount of money being invested in a country in history. Pretty amazing. 19.2 trillion with a T. So, and they're building factories all over the country. I think yesterday Toyota announced they're leaving Mexico. And they're coming, I'm not that Mexico's thrilled about it, but they're leaving Mexico and they're coming to the United States to build what will be, I believe, the largest automobile plant either in the world or at least in this country.
Mr.
President, on oil prices
Quick domestic question. You announced on Truth Social a couple days ago that Walmart was cutting the price for beef by 15%. How big of a deal is that for American customers this summer?
So Walmart has agreed to cut their prices very substantially because things are going down. We're getting it down. We inherited very high prices. We inherited the highest prices in the history of our country, or 48 years to be exact, but I don't believe that. I think it's in history. So under Biden, they had tremendous inflation. Under the Democrats, we had tremendous inflation, record-setting inflation. And now, inflation is way down. Everything is great. We have, the prices are coming down, but we inherited, you know, they talk about they use different words to describe it. They had very high prices. The prices are coming down. And when the oil comes, you know, the oil is coming way down. The oil dropped by 50% in the last month. And when that comes down, it brings everything else down. No, it's affordability. And they came up with the word affordability. You know, like, I take over, I'm there for 1 day, and they say, affordability, affordability. I said, I've been here for, remember with the eggs, the first day or 2 days later, I have my first news, and they talked about eggs. They said the eggs have gone up 5 times. I've been in office for 1 day. And I said, well, we'll have to do something. In fact, they told me not to order eggs for the Easter egg hunt at the White House. I should use plastic. I said, we're not doing that. And by the time we came, that was a couple of months later, that happened, and we ordered thousands of eggs. And right now, eggs are way down. The prices are way down, and they're coming down further. So they made up a phony word that they used. They said affordability. They're the ones that caused the affordability prices. I didn't. But I brought it down. And the oil is coming down very big.
Mr. President, Brent crude is up slightly today on the announcement that...
Because we hit them. Anytime we hit them, it goes up a little bit, $2.
Is that what you mean? Is that what you meant when you said that we might see oil prices lift a little in response to...
Yeah, $2, very little. It's down from, let's say, $135 down to $69. It's dropping, and everything else drops. As oil goes, so goes everything else. But anytime we hit, if we hit Iran, oil goes up a little bit. It's all right.
Mr. President, do you think
And you know,
Israel...
we're de-nuking it. All right? We're de-nuking Iran. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. All right, one more question.
Sir, do you think Israel should withdraw troops from southern Lebanon?
Well, I talked to Bibi about that. Yeah, I think they're going to. I think they want to. I don't think it's a question of me. I think it's a question they want to. And they're getting along with Lebanon. They're signing deals with Lebanon. First time ever. Marco, talk about that if you'd like.
Yeah, we have an agreement that, and it calls, that's the goal at the end. Obviously, Israel's concerned about their security. But the president did a great job bringing those two countries together for the first time.
It's a big thing. First time in many years, right? So we have a deal with Israel and Lebanon. And yeah, they'll leave. And I think it's going to work out very well. But we're here for this because Syria has turned around as fast as I've ever seen. Well, actually, I turned the United States around very fast, too. I inherited from a man who was not smart, not a smart person. We inherited from the man where they were running this country so badly with the open borders. I think there were 25 million people allowed into our country, and that includes 11,888 murderers, most of whom murdered more than one person, okay? We got most of them out, or we have them in jail, and we've done a great job. Washington, D.C. now is considered one of the safest cities in the country. If he came to Washington, D.C. a year and a half ago, he'd fear for his life, even though he never feared for his life before, because it was very dangerous. But somehow his territory might have even been a little more dangerous. I joke because, you know, he comes from a rough environment. Would you say that's right, Tom Barron? It's sort of funny to think. I don't think he'd be too concerned with Washington a year and a half. But we had a very, very unsafe Washington, D.C., and now it's one of the safest cities in the country. We put the military in. We brought Washington went from being an unsafe to one of the safest cities, and crime is down 94%. We don't play games. And we removed over 5,000 career criminals, many of whom came in through the open borders of Joe Biden. We did the same thing with Memphis, Tennessee. We did the same thing with in Louisiana. You have to speak to the governor, because New Orleans, the crime rate is down 78%, in a little while, and they had the best Mardi Gras they've ever had. So we're doing a good job, and he's done a great job too. And I thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, press. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That's right. I will be heading to the island very soon. Now, I want you guys to remember. Bonbon, I apologize. I shouldn't have said moron. I apologize. That was my fault. I just, you know, this I get a lot of lip-tart negativity go through here, so the bad names are always in the tip of my tongue now. After doing this for almost a year, please understand, you know, that this is the language that comes out of me. I have no patience anymore. So, Bonbon, sorry I called you a moron, unless you make me call you a moron again. Let's see, what did I blame on Trump? Snowflake? All right, there, I'll take it back. I take it back. I said he listened to Jared Kushner and Bibi. Did he not? Yeah, sure. If our intelligence agencies said that there were no threat, then why did we go in? So one of the things that, you know, I wish that we all thought the same way, but I have found this in my personal life. Okay, maybe I don't know how to say things right. I understand that, and I can make a lot of mistakes by the way that I express myself. But I want you to understand something. When the agency's coming in, right, and they say there is no threat, that's their assessment. But it's not on them to actually make it official. You can say, you know, do I trust Intel? 50-50. I want to tell you something. And Tulsi said this. Tulsi Gabbard said this on the actual hearing that same day that she gave the DNI report, right? The same day that she said that there was no threat, blah, blah, blah. It's not up to her It's not up to anybody to assess if there is an action, if there is an imminent threat. It is obvious, 47 years attacking us. What do you call that? That is a threat. Not only that, but this low IQ leaders of Iran, they said it themselves. We're about to make some nukes. 11 of them, to be exact. Bruh, you can't just play stupid. Sometimes, you got to make a call. This is why it's not easy to be president. To be president is not for everybody. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to criticize the president. Whether he does good or bad, it doesn't matter. For one side, it's good. For the other side, it's bad. For example, what President Trump is doing right now is good for us, Americans. And then the other side says, no, it's not. But I would like to make a point to you, okay? I'm giving you this for free because you're not putting super chats. I would like to point something out to you. When you see these protests, right? These guys are wearing Hamas bands on their heads, okay? They are out there saying that Israel is committing genocide against the Palestinians. But in reality, it is them who is attacking Israel. It is them who keep provoking violence. Netanyahu has said it many times, over and over and over and over. Listen, Israel and Palestinians and all these other Middle Eastern Muslim countries, they have made deals over and over and over with Israel. Israel complies every single time. And these terrorist organizations continue to break those deals. So Netanyahu is sick and tired of seeing the bullshit. He's sick and tired of the diplomacy. It doesn't work. These motherfuckers are terrorists. You don't negotiate with terrorists. George Bush said that. And he was right. You don't negotiate with terrorists. Why? Because that's what they do. And they have taken, listen to this, these Muslim radicals, the scum of the earth. There's some good Muslims out there because they're ignorant. But the scum of the Muslim terrorists, they go to Christian countries because they're prosperous, because they're blessed, because they can go and rape their women and not get in trouble by Islam. They can go be pedophiles because Sharia law allows them to do. The Quran, the Islam religion, allows for grown-ass men to sleep with little children. So there's a problem with that. And so they go and do all these attacks. Palestinians are not accepted in Egypt. None of the Muslims wanted to take Palestinians into their country, even though they are actually Muslims, right? Think about that. That right there. Just that right there. I'm not saying Egyptians are bad. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm pointing out the obvious. I'm pointing out that Israel has Palestinians. Check this out. Not only do they have Palestinians, but they have given Israeli citizenship to Palestinians. Now, whether Jews and Christians or Palestinians like each other in Israel, that is irrelevant. The leopards don't like me. I don't like them because they're anti-American. They're un-American. So what? We have good and bad. We have likes and dislikes. But the fact is that all of these Muslim terrorists that continue to attack Israel, they continue. Never. Bro, get the fuck out of my chat. What's going on? Robert, you took so long. You took so long. You know, non-believers calling me a fake Christian, I think is the funniest thing. But here's the thing. It has nothing to do with religion to me. Now, there's an antifada, there's a religious war between them. I don't give a shit. What I care about, yeah, that's right, Winston. What I care about is peace. Regardless, I don't give a shit about your religion. You don't have to believe mine. I'm not over here claiming I'm a Christian. I know better. No. I don't give a fuck about religion. You understand? So don't bring that shit in here, you fucking morons. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Well, there's that word again. They just know how to pull it out of me. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying is, Israel has shown mercy and love to the Palestinian people. Israel gave tons and tons, not a couple 100 pounds, tons. You know how much a ton is? 1,000 pounds. Gave tons of food and water supply to Palestinians. Now, the morons here in the United States of America wearing the Hamas band, fucking idiots, they protect a terrorist organization. Iran supports Hezbollah. They support Hamas. They support the Houthis. They support all these terrorist Muslim regimes. And Hamas is killing Palestinians. Any Palestinian that says anything against Hamas, they kill. Just for speaking. And yet, we are supposed to be the ones who are bad? Are you fucking kidding me? Israel gives citizenships to Palestinians, gives them food, gave them Gaza, beautiful place. They should be thriving. The economy should be fantastic. They should be very well off, especially when Israel protects the whole area. Ungrateful people. Somehow, Israel is the bad actor here. Huh. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Iran wars against us for 47 years. We finally decide to take action against this Iranian regime who has been attacking Israel, who has been attacking us, who has been attacking all allies. And nobody has the balls to do anything about it. So now we do, and we're the bad guys? Are you fucking kidding me? How retarded is an American going out there and saying free Palestine? Yeah, from Hamas. Israel is doing that. Israel has come to the table. Again, since you guys have deaf ears on the left, there has been many deals that were made, peace treaties between Hamas, Palestinians, and they have broken every single one of them. They have been breaking these deals so much that they started chanting from the river to the sea. They are no longer satisfied that they were given this piece of land to call home. No, they want all of it. It's just like a libtard. That's how they are. They're ungrateful. They're locusts. Israel has a right, 1,000%, to defend their nation. Netanyahu, I hope that they make him prime minister again. He's been doing great fighting these terrorists. And as such, helps America. And that's why we should continue to support Israel. We should continue to send money to Israel. Their intel is great intel. We have a lot of information from Israel. And it's not just Iran is bad. No. We're talking about weapons. We're talking about strategies. We have been working with Israel for a very long time. And President Trump is right. If it wasn't for the United States of America, Trump, I don't think Israel will be alive today. The enemies don't attack Israel as they want to because they know that we're going to fuck them up. It's that simple. So again, who is the evil guy? It's not Israel. Don't let these anti-Semitic fools and ignorant bastards tell you otherwise. Palestinians don't have a country. Never had. Romans named Palestinians. How's that, Cliff? You cliff dweller? No, communism is trying to make their way here into this country, and we are going to kick their ass. Say no to commies. No communist is welcome in this country. Yeah. Where's Palestine? Oh, tell me about it. I love it. There's a lot of American patriots who have common sense. Now, if you are in this live, don't forget to hit that like button, will ya? All right. Here we go. Here we go. So thousands of pounds of food and water for Palestinians. What has Hamas done for Palestinians? Hands up. All of you guys put in a Palestinian flag. Tell me, what has Hamas done for Palestinians besides killing them? Go ahead. Put it on the chat. I want to get some knowledge from all of you people who know everything about Palestine. Let's go. Tell me, what has Hamas done for you lately? What has Hamas done for me lately? Ba-ba-da-ba. Ooh, yeah. What Hamas has done for me lately? Ooh, yeah. Let's go. Let's see. Here we go. Genocidal group of terrorists who have committed the most. Fuck out of here, Lloyd. Gave them tunnels. Yeah. True. The only thing holy about Israel is the building's ground. Who gives a shit about holy? Are you fucking not paying attention? What has Hamas given Palestinians? Get your head out of your ass. Nobody's talking about religion. Shut the hell up. Tell me, what has Hamas done for Palestinians? Besides giving them tunnels. Go ahead. Tell me. Oh, it's a big list of things. I know you guys have a big list of things. Here we go. Palestinians get citizenship and vote. I don't know what that means. You got to have more context, buddy. Death. That's it. Well, Winston, too straightforward. Yes, obviously. That's exactly what Hamas has been giving Palestinians. You know what's crazy? I don't know about you, but, you know, let's just say for a second that we don't care about age, okay? Let's just say for a second we don't care about age. Let me tell you something. Muslims believe that an old man can marry a 7-year-old little girl. Whatever. Hey, listen, let's just for a second, let's say that's what it is. It would make sense for these Muslims to make children 7 years old carry guns to fight their war. It makes sense. You know what I'm saying? They have no moral compass. This is how you know that Islam is not a godly religion. It is a man oppressing political movement. Do you understand? It's not a godly religion. For what God would allow a grown-ass man to, with a 7-year-old? It's demonic. It's perversion. No real God made religion would ever say that is okay. But Muslims, there's not such thing as innocent children anymore. These kids, little boys, 7, little girls, 7, for Pete's sakes, they carry weapons. They carry AK-47s. They're getting pregnant at 9 years old. That is crazy. It is true. It is true. It is crazy. I wish. No, they don't. No, they don't. Go get educated. Go get educated. Go find out what Judaism does. Muslims believe that you are allowed to marry pubescence. Jews believe that you can get married when you are in your mid-teens. If you're a female, if you're a male, on your late teens, you can marry a mid-teens woman. That's a huge difference. I would accept 15-year-old over a 7-year-old. Don't get all high and mighty on me because you guys have no fucking morals. I will tell you that my mother was 15 years old when she married my father and he was 27. So what? So what? You don't have to like it. We still have states in the United States that allow 16-year-olds to marry with parental consent. So don't get all high and mighty with anything. That's a great question, Father Time. See, I started slow, right? I started very small. What has Hamas done for Palestinians? Nothing. Nothing but destruction, nothing but indoctrination of hate, nothing about any progress to make them better. They have been used by Hamas like cattle. Hamas has been using Palestinians as sacrificial sheeps. And as Father Time says, what is? That is not true. It's not about a 3-year-old. Go educate yourself, bro. He's not talking about a 3-year-old. Fucking ignorant fucking people. Like, who taught you this shit? Did you actually go and read this shit and study it? For Pete's sakes, bro. Anywho, what has Muslims in general done for the world? Go on. Name me some of the great things that Muslims have given the world. Start by pointing out the freedoms that the world has earned from Muslims. Go on. Tell me about it. This guy trying to correct my grammar. Come on. Tell me, what have Muslims done for the world? Tell me how many freedoms you have gained by Muslims. Bro, get over it. Get over it. That's not what we're here to discuss. Let's see. With you, crusade. Yeah, that's the bad side of our Christianity history. We condemn that. I condemn the Crusades. I do. I do condemn the Crusades because these were not actual Christian crusades per se. It was an antifada. See, you have to, here, look, man, I don't want to confuse people. But let me tell you something. You don't go to war with somebody because of a religious problem. You go to war with somebody because they're attacking your people. Now, when you got people that says, oh, Christians are standing up against Muslims. Big mistake. Big mistake. Big, huge mistake. You understand? Big mistake. There is a difference between Christians understanding that these Muslim terrorists are bad. That is the only thing a Christian can do. Acknowledging and knowing that terrorist Muslims are bad. And so are gay pastors, gay preachers. Those are all abomination to God. They're going to hell unless they repent. How can you be a gay pastor and you are reading the Bible when the Bible tells you that you cannot be? When the Bible tells you that you're an abomination, you must deny yourself. You must repent from your sins if you want to call yourself a Christian. But the most important thing is, it's not about Christianity. The most important thing is about you being an American. And we have laws, and we have history, and we have goals to be prosperous, to be successful, to have peace, to have protection, to fight against those who wish us evil. Nothing to do with Christianity. It is our law. It is our God-given right to defend ourselves. Has nothing to do with Christianity. So fuck you very much, Donna. Go fuck yourself, lady. Americans need to stand up for America, period. You don't have to like my language. But you got to understand, your duty as an American citizen is to protect this country from foreign and domestic. Shah, that is true. Well, not nobody. Libtards don't care. Nah, don't call me Christian. Don't call me a Christian. We're not here pretending to be something just to get a point across. I don't need your fucking approval to call me a Christian. My salvation doesn't depend on how much you like me. So fuck you very much. I gave you the truth. Muslim terrorists are trying to take over the world, period. That's their goal. They go to Christian countries to rape women because they don't get in trouble by Islam since they are not Muslim women. They go in there, mooch off the government, take the welfare away from the citizens of that nation. They condemn white people. Man, there's a lot of white. Listen, if it wasn't for European women and men, there would not be hot Brazilian women today. There will not be hot Native American women today. I don't care who gets mad at me. You wouldn't be able to have the mixed races that we have today if it wasn't for the European. I know it hurts your ego. I don't give a shit. But it's true. It's true. Halle Berry. Mixed. She ain't all black. She beautiful. Now, is there beautiful Native American? Of course they are. Are they beautiful African? Of course they are. But man, when they mix with the European, whoo, that's some hot women. You know what I'm saying? You get the best of both worlds. Mixed people are fantastic. Some people don't like the truth, but it is the truth. What the hell are you talking? Can you bring your daughter where? Scott, I will fuck you up, man, if you ever say or do anything to my daughter. I will fuck you up. I will literally go to jail. That's how bad I will fuck you up if you mess with my daughter. Anywho. Man, these guys, bro. See it, man. Listen, my American people, my American patriots, my American family. My mother is a Spaniard descent. So yes, I have European blood. And my kids are half black. I got married twice. They're half black and Polynesian. I think my kids are beautiful. But they're my kids. Of course I got to say that. Of course they're beautiful. They're mine. That's how I feel about them. But it doesn't take away from the fact. See, all these libtards, they come in here and started insulting, trying to sidetrack people on the chat. But I want you to understand this. Hamas is not friendly. Terrorist Muslims will never be good Muslims. They will always be a menace to society and the world. Israel is not the enemy. Israel has been wanting to be in peace with every Muslim country He's not even doing this because of Antifada. Muslims do that. Muslims are still fighting a religious war. Not Israel. Israel's defending themselves. If you stop attacking Israel, see what happens. Let's see what happens. Test it. Stop it. Test it. 100%. I'll guarantee you. Stop attacking Israel, and they will stop attacking you. Let's see. Dude, tuning into your show never ceases to make me laugh. I love how you insult. Fuck you very much, Serenity. With that being said, get the fuck off my channel. You think I give a shit about your silly-ass, lip-tart opinions? There you go, my friend. You have been rewarded. All right, I'll let you guys take care of the rest of these morons. But the fact remains that the United States of America is a very young country. We are fulfilling a prophecy that most people don't know about. But I don't want to get too religious about things. All I want you to know is that if we are attacked, we have the right to defend ourselves. And we also have the right to let the world know, if you fuck with us, we will fuck you up beyond recognition. How about that for a Christian? Fucking idiots. Just to defend your country. Fuck, man. Shit. You can't negotiate with terrorists. Do you understand that? You can't. I wish there were, okay, maybe, let's say, Mexico. We can be diplomatic with Mexico. As bad as they have it with the cartels and all this violence and gang shit, they're not terrorists like the Muslim regime in Iran. I mean, for Pete's sakes, they're making Mexico look like just a holy country. They make Nicolas Maduro look like a freaking St. Paul. That's how bad this extremist, terrorist Muslims are. If you are a Muslim because you think that the Muslim religion is a godly religion, okay, read the Quran. Once you read it, if you're still a Muslim, well then fuck you too. Because once you read the Quran, you will know the truth about the Muslim faith. That's right. My Quran is about this fat. Nothing in there tells me that the Muslim religion is a true religion of God. It's called religion because they have something that they do daily, religiously, actions of prayers or whatever, but it's not a godly religion. It is a fake God, a made-up God, especially when they have all this hate against the world. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. What have these Muslims done to Europe besides invading Europe? Let's say Muslims are fantastic. What have they done in Europe to make it better? Go ahead, I'll wait. What have they done with England? What have they done with the UK? What have they done in Spain? What has happened with all these fantastic, great Muslims coming into every European country? What have they done that tells you that they're good people? It's not hate. It's a fact. No, not FIFA. You guys are so stupid. Listen, there is good people in every country. I believe that. But the ones you're defending are not. Go ahead and give me, what greatness have Muslims brought to Europe? It's a legit question. Well, I mean, it's if you're talking about immigration, right? Immigration is meant so that foreigners can come in, right? For example, here in the States, foreigners can come in, legally, of course. They can come into this country and look either to visit, right? You come in tourist, okay? You come in tourist the country. If you like it, you continue to travel back and forth. And then you make a decision and say, you know what? I would like to do a business in the United States of America. You know what you do? You go to the website, you fill out an application. I want to get a working visa. I want to be able to do this business here, there, and you do that. And if you do business here and you like it and it's successful, number one, you're respecting our laws. You are becoming part of this system. So you are pitching in, okay? And then you can say, I want to be a resident. And after I'm a resident, if I'm still happy here and I want to give my loyalty to the United States of America, then I want to become an American citizen. Now, with that being said, I come down to this point of my podcast. See, many libtards don't like the fact that I am a migrant. They don't like the fact that I come from Honduras. Bad reputation, just like El Salvador. They don't like the fact that I never broken the law, except for some speeding tickets. A couple of them throughout my whole, how many years, decades driving. But those are not felonies. Those are misdemeanors. They hate the fact that I'm an American citizen today. They hate the fact that I stand up for immigration law, which is meant to protect this country from foreigners who are a menace to our society. Foreigners that will come here and take jobs away from Americans. Foreigners that will bring drugs into this country to destroy Americans. And what I hear from the libtards and some Hispanic people, mostly illegal or anchor babies, is that they call me a traitor. Watch this. They call me a traitor. They are racist. They call me a coconut. That's how I know they're racist. They say, oh, brown man, white on the inside. You want to be white like the Americans. Wait a minute. First of all, Americans are not white. Americans is a combination of different ethnicities and cultures. We are a melting pot. I say this all the time. We're a melting pot. That's what America is. The United States of America stands for greatness. Now, here is a question that I feel is a legitimate, real question. Do you love your country? Whether you were born here or where you were naturalized as I was and are an American citizen, do you love this country? If you are an American, I don't give a shit about anybody else. If you're an American citizen, do you love this country? You know why I asked that question? Do you love this country? Then Malik, that's your opinion. I hope you don't live in the United States of America. Oh, malo soy fua. Malo soy fua tupu. Kupu fualoau. Fantastic. Thanks for being here. Do you love this country? Because if you love this country and you have family members who are drug dealers, you'll turn them in. If you love this country, you will respect the law. and its people. If you love this country, not only will you die for it, but you will speak with love and pride about it. If you love this country, you will make others respect this nation and our flag. If you love this country, you will put this country before any other country. If you love this country, it doesn't matter if you have family or friends who are doing criminal activities. You got to report them and you got to fight against them. That's what you do when you love this country. If you love this country, it doesn't matter who is in that Oval Office. You must still show your love for your countrymen. But we celebrate 250 years of this nation. We celebrate the people. We celebrate the nation, the country. We don't celebrate the president. He has a day, President's Day. Our Independence Day is what we celebrate. Yeah, Tayao Manuya. You know what I'm saying? If you love this country, it's because you know what it stands for. And our enemies and the libtards have been fighting, trying to make people believe, all these illegal immigrants and all these foreigners from other countries inundating conservative talk shows, podcasts, radio shows, etc., talking shit about the United States of America, which turns some un-American, unpatriotic people against it. But I don't like being used or manipulated. I am free. Samoans are free. American Samoa love that people. I love my Samoan family. Jake is putting in the Western Samoa flag with the American flag. I would love to go and visit Western Samoa. Now, I'm only going to have a few weeks. So far, I'm planning to have a few weeks in American Samoa. If I have the chance to have the honor to go to Western Samoa, I will probably make that trip as well. But, money talks. So I will be making a trip to Samoa. Hopefully it comes true. We have plans, and we're going to be down there for a couple of weeks. So I'll be doing my lives over there 5 in the morning. 5 in the morning, so that it is 9 a.m. over here, West Coast time, and 12 p.m. Eastern time. And we'll see how that goes. If it goes good, then that'll be a good sign for the future. You guys already know what I plan to do. But I want to close that in there. If you love this country, you're going to stand for it. But you got to learn what it is. You see, I waited 2.5 decades to become an American citizen. 2.5 decades, I was a alien resident green card holder. Why? So that I can answer that question. Do you love your country? Do you love the United States of America? 2.5 decades I waited. And when I made a decision to become an American citizen, I was very grateful that I got the privilege to be an American citizen today. And I'm happy to say that pretty soon I'm going to go get my new passport. And my new American passport is going to have President Trump's face on it. That's going to be fantastic. That's going to be fantastic. All right, with that being said, Vice President Biden, shit. Oh, man, I just had a Joe Biden moment there. I apologize. Vice President J.D. Vance, not Biden, Vance. I didn't see him really come up on this live that I was getting ready for you guys. Let me see. I think maybe the White House has it. Let me double check real quick before I show it to you. Let's see. Come to Papa. All right. Here we go. Okay, so he's walking in here. I want to make sure that it's just J.D. Vance. I don't need to hear from everybody else. All right, here we go. I got some J.D. Vance for you guys, and then we'll go ahead and head back. Yeah, no, man, Jake, knock it off, man. Why are you insulting me like that, bro? I had a Sleepy Joe moment. Oh, man, that's horrible, bro. That is horrible. It reminds me of that little girl that somebody calls her a Democrat and she's crying. Oh, my God, he called me a Democrat. Ah, man, you know what? My American family, patriots, and all you lovely people. It doesn't matter how much I explain why we're not the bad guys. It doesn't matter how much I stand up for America and my countrymen. There's always going to be people on the left that are just going to hate us. They're not going to like us. A lot of them, they're going to actually join us. I mean, they prove it to us in 2024. And, you know, it is what it is. It's not to be hateful on Muslims, but let's be realistic. If I, as a Christian, can condemn Christians when they don't do what the Bible says, I want Muslims to do the same. But the problem is that they call themselves Muslims, but they don't understand because they don't study. They're ignorant. Nonetheless, listen, I don't care if you call yourself a Muslim. If you just believe that there's a God out there and you want to pray to that God, and, you know, who cares about the name? Who cares about the government? Who cares about the language? You build a relationship. Listen, God, I know you're out there, and I'm talking to the creator of the universe. I'm talking to the real one God, not the one anybody has talked to me about. But I want to live a good life, not just a life of lavish and materialistic. That's not what I mean. I want to live a peaceful life. I want to be happy. I'm praying to you, God. I don't care about human denominations and churches. Just God. I want to have a relationship with you. Do that. And call yourself whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Just build that relationship with God and see how far you get. I can tell you that I believe that the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is the one true God, the creator of the universe. All of the stars, all the angels. He has always been and always will be. He created mankind. He created Adam and Eve. He gave us government only because we asked for it. He gave us his only begotten Son so that we may repent from our evil ways, so that we may have an olive branch so that we can grab onto and be saved. That's just what I believe. I believe in the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I will never dare compare myself to any of them. That's just my belief. You don't have to believe what I believe. But that's what I believe. All right, with that being said, let's go ahead and take a listen to our Vice President, J.D. Vance.
go, Milwaukee? There we go. So, we had an event earlier today. Please take a seat, take a seat. We had an event earlier today at the Pfister Hotel in downtown Milwaukee. Beautiful place. But I gotta be honest, I had a little bit of PTSD because the last time that I was in that hotel was the 2024 RNC convention. And if y'all remember, I flew to Milwaukee the Monday morning that the RNC convention starts, and I get there and I have no idea if I'm the VP nominee or not. So I get to my hotel, which is not the Pfister, it's at the other hotel for the RNC convention, and I get a phone call. Actually, it was a text message from Susie Wiles, who was the campaign manager in 2024, and the text message says, JD, you just missed a very important phone call. I'm like, oh no. So I call the President of the United States and I say, sir, I hear I missed an important phone call. And he said, JD, you did miss a very important phone call, and now I'm gonna have to pick somebody else. And like, you know, my entire body clenches up. I'm like, is this real? And then at the same time, my 7-year-old, who's now 9, but at the time, my 7-year-old boy is talking to me about Pokemon cards. So I'm trying to talk to the President of the United States about becoming the vice presidential nominee. And meanwhile, my 7-year-old is talking to me about Charmander cards, and I have no idea what's going on. But so walking through the Pfister Hotel, I've got this like moment of remembrance of the moment where I almost missed the president's phone call. But here I am. It worked out. I'm the Vice President of the United States, thanks to you. So we're here to talk about fraud. We're here to talk about protecting your taxpayer money, and most importantly, we're here to talk about protecting the programs that exist, that are funded by the generosity of the people in this room and that ought go to the people they're meant for and not to make fraudsters rich. It's a very, very simple principle. Now, there are a lot of people that I have to thank and make this work possible. And first of all, I've got to thank our great CMS administrator, Dr. Oz. Where is Dr. Oz at? He might be backstage, but Dr. Oz and our team at the Fraud Task Force, Kim Brandt and Scott Brady. Kim and Scott, please give a round of applause to these guys. They have protected more of your money than anybody. Now, we could not have done what we did were it not for the support of our incredible congressional allies. We're going to talk a little bit about the fact that we've saved you all billions and billions of dollars that was going to fraudsters. That's money in your pocket, which is exactly where it belongs. But we couldn't do that without a couple of great congressional representatives, and in particular, I've got to give a shout out to Representative Brian Stile. Where's Brian Stile? Please stand up, man. He has been a phenomenal champion for the state of Wisconsin. He has taken the fraud issue more seriously than anybody. So Brian, thank you so much for what you're doing. I've also got to give a shout out to our great representative, Derek Van Orden. Derek, please stand up. Thank you for everything that you're doing. And I got to say, it would be so nice to have a governor in this incredible state, one of the most beautiful states in the union, especially this time of year. I love Wisconsin, or as you guys say, Wisconsin. Love Wisconsin, but we have got to have a governor who takes fraud as seriously as the President of the United States, who's trying to save your money as much as we are in Washington, and that's Tom Tiffany. Tom Tiffany is who we got to elect the next governor. And I also want to give a shout out to Representative Glenn Grothman. Where's Glenn at? Glenn, thank you for everything that you're doing. God bless you. And then Representative Tony Weed. Where is Tony at? Tony, thank you so much, man. So proud of you. And of course, he's a little far away from home, but our representative, or not yet a representative, runner up for North. Look, stand up. Good-looking guy, young guy, is going to make the next great congressman. So here's the crazy thing, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have two parties that disagree about tax policy or regulatory policy. We've got a party that is fighting for fraud and a party that is fighting against fraud. And I don't know about you, but how about we give more authority, more power, and more influence to the party that is trying to save your money and send the fraudsters to prison? That's all we're trying to do. Now, let me talk about a few of the things that we've been accomplishing here. So the very day after the State of the Union address, where the president makes me the leader of the anti-fraud task force, what we do is we go about the business of stopping these companies that are set up to provide durable medical equipment. You know, this is hospital beds, oxygen tanks, things like that. Things that the American people need, and the Medicare program exists to ensure that our seniors have access to. Now, what happens though is that there are people setting up these programs, setting up companies that sell durable medical equipment, and they're not selling a single product, but they are billing for lots of product. Billions and billions of dollars was being billed to you, was being billed to the program that exists to ensure that our seniors have health care. And you know what that means. Number one, the fraudsters were getting rich, but number two, our seniors who desperately needed those resources, who needed the hospital beds and the oxygen tanks, they weren't getting them because the fraudsters were getting rich off the generosity of the American taxpayer. So you know what we did? We came in and we said, we are not sanctioning a single one of these companies to defraud the American people. If you say that you're going to provide medical equipment to our seniors, we're going to confirm that you're actually delivering product before we pay a single one of those bills, and we save billions of dollars. And you know what happened is we had great support from Brian Stile and Derek Van Orden and all of the other great congressional representatives to keep that money out of the hands of fraudsters to ensure that it went to the seniors who needed it. And you know what happened? Not a single congressional Democrat stood up and said, we are going to fight back against fraud. And that's the problem with modern congressional Democrats. You know, I was raised by blue-collar Democrats. They were Christian, patriotic people, union steel workers who loved the United States of America. But my mama and papa, the people who raised me, they supported Democrats because they felt like the Democrats of 20, 30, 40 years ago had better policy. Now, you may agree or disagree with that, but today, this is not about better or worse policy. This is about who is supporting the fraudsters and who's supporting you. And I know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that if Mama and Papa were alive today, they would not recognize the modern Democratic Party in 2026. They would not recognize a party that tries to send your money to illegal aliens instead of our hardworking seniors who earned those benefits and ought to have access to them. They would not recognize a party that raises your taxes so that we can give more money to the fraudsters, and they would not recognize a party that rewards the fraudsters rather than sending them to prison. So I ask you a very simple question. When you come to vote in November, are you going to vote for the pro-fraud party? Are you going to vote for the party who is sending your tax money to the fraudsters? No, we're going to support the party that is sending the fraudsters to jail and is protecting your money. We're going to vote for Derek Van Orden and for Brian Stile. Now, I want to talk about another fraud crackdown, and this is almost hard to believe. But, you know, we have a program called the H-1B visa program. This goes to show how broad-based the fraud task force is. We're fighting for your taxpayer money, but we're also making sure that fraudsters don't take advantage of these visa programs. Now, why does this program exist? This is a visa program that was set up to ensure that if you are a brilliant technology person or a brilliant scientist or a brilliant doctor, you could come to the United States and get access to this visa program. But you know what's happening way too much? Is that big corporations and fraudsters overseas are using this program to undercut the wages of American workers. So you know what we're doing in the Trump administration? We're saying no more. If you were trying to take advantage of that visa program, you are not allowed into the United States of America. Today, I'm proud to announce that the Federal Department of Labor has started dozens of subpoenas and investigations into foreign fraudsters who are trying to take advantage of the H-1B visa program. Here's a simple principle. Ladies and gentlemen, American jobs ought to go to American workers and not foreign fraudsters, and the Department of Labor is fighting back against it. Now here, I want to talk about something else here. To my right, to your left. This is a program, again, there is so much fraud, or there was so much fraud in the federal government, we're taking it off of the books. But so much fraud, I didn't even know this program existed. Okay, so what is allografts? These are the skin grafts that people get when they get a wound or they get a burn. A very, very important medical procedure, but a medical procedure that was being radically taken advantage of. So if you go back to 2019, 2020, 2021, you see less than $1 billion is paid for these skin grafts. Again, these are very important procedures for the people who need them. What happens under the Biden administration? All of a sudden, we go from less than $1 billion spent on these skin grafts to $15 billion in 2025. And actually, in 2026, the number was supposed to be $25 billion. But because we cut down on fraudulent payments and fraudulent billing, we saved you $25 billion. That number is now well below $1 billion today. That's a simple, good government action. And again, my friends, we want the people who deserve these treatments, who need these treatments, to have access to them. If we spend all your money giving these treatments to fraudsters instead of giving them to the people who need them, then those programs aren't going to exist anymore. And I just have this look, we're a generous country. I love that we're a generous country. My family sometimes benefited from these programs that ensured that poor children would have a bite to eat or would be able to see a doctor. I sometimes had a meal because the American people were generous enough to say that we're not going to let our young American kids go hungry because their parents can't afford a bite to eat. I think that's an amazing, amazing thing about our great country, is we're generous enough to lend a helping hand to our fellow citizens in need. But when your government allows, whether in the state or the federal level, when we allow that money that ought by rights go to feed poor children, but instead goes to fraudsters, we destroy the social fabric of the United States of America. So what I take very seriously as your vice president, what Derek Van Orden and Brian Stile take very seriously as your congressional representatives, and what Donald Trump takes seriously as the President of the United States, is this sacred promise that it exists between the government of the United States and its citizens. That when you pay your tax dollars, it goes to the people who need it, not to the fraudsters, which is why we're throwing those fraudsters in prison. It's exactly where they belong. Let me talk about another program. So we have, again, these things that I didn't even know existed until I got into politics. We have a program, an amazing program, to help young mothers. And I care about this very personally. Usha is currently pregnant with baby number 4. She is 37 weeks pregnant, and I appreciate your prayers. I love you, honey, if you're watching at home. But we have a program to ensure that at-risk moms can get the prenatal care that they need. Now, you may not know this, but one of the leading causes of infant mortality in the world is actually not what happens when the baby is born. It's what happens before the baby is born. When the mom can't get the medical treatment she needs, when the mom can't get access to the resources that she needs. Okay, we try to solve that problem. And again, we are able to do so in part because of the generosity of the American taxpayer. But you know what? In Milwaukee, with the government of this state looking the other way, we had people who were allowing fraudsters to get rich off of that prenatal care without providing a dime of services to the young moms who need it. And I want to point to this woman. Now, I want to be clear that the woman in the back did nothing wrong. But look at this woman in the front. with the smug look and the Louis Vuitton bag. A woman who quite literally stole from young mothers who needed prenatal care, and the state of Wisconsin, ladies and gentlemen, had to scale down that program because of insufficient funds. So that this woman could go and buy a Louis Vuitton bag, there were young mothers in Wisconsin who did not get access to the prenatal care that they needed. That endangers the moms, that endangers the babies. And you know what? Derek Van Orden and Brian Stile fought against it, and the congressional Democrats that they go to work with every single day fought for it. So here's a simple question, here's a simple principle. If you fight to take money away from needy moms and give it to this woman and her Louis Vuitton bags, you should have your ass thrown the hell out of Washington, D.C. You don't belong there. You don't belong anywhere in a position of influence. And I'm sorry, excuse my language. I know we got a couple of kids in the audience. My wife, I love her. She gets on me all the time because I was raised by a gun-toting, F-bomb dropping grandmother. And we've got an F-bomb dropping grandmother right over here, I can tell. And, you know, old habits die hard, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I'll say. Even as vice president, old habits die hard, but I try to work on it. And here's what I want to close with, and we'll take some questions from the reporters. We have an opportunity to keep the momentum of the last couple of years, and particularly the last few months. We can keep on fighting fraud, or we can reward the fraudsters. We can kick criminal illegal aliens out of our country, or we can reward people for stealing your tax money. We can protect those moms who need that prenatal care, or we can give it away to people who are trying to take advantage of you and take advantage of the system. This is not a normal election because we're not running against people who maybe have different ideas about tax policy or regulatory policy. To the people watching at home, I understand you're of course not going to agree with the president and the vice president about every single issue. But what I hope we can all agree on is the simple principle that the people's government exists to fight for the people and not the fraudsters. So, thank you. So please help us out by sending Derek Van Orden and Brian Stile back to Washington, D.C. Keep the pro-fraud party out of Washington. Keep these guys fighting for you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here. Now, I'm going to take some questions here, but it's funny, you know, sometimes people call, I got to make sure it's not the president. He's over at NATO right now. Okay, it's not the president. But let me start with the local reporters here, and go ahead, guys, and fire away. I'm an open book. I'll answer any question.
Mr. Vice President, welcome to Milwaukee, welcome to Wisconsin, welcome back. I'm Julia Fellow with 620 WTMJ. You've been overseas, the president is just coming back from Turkey, memorandum of understanding. We're looking at gas prices, what's going on with the Strait of Hormuz. The president was saying that he was going to strike tonight, like now. So can you tell us what is going on right now? Where are we with the war in Iran?
Yeah, so look, we made a deal with the Iranians, and we had to step back a little bit. Before you even get to the deal, the simple fact is that thanks to the incredible efforts of our amazing U.S. military, to Pete Hegseth and Dan Kane, the President of the United States, just amazing people. But most of all, thanks to the troops, we came into the situation with maximum leverage and maximum strength. Their nuclear program was destroyed. Their conventional military was destroyed. And you've got some people within the Iranian system who are saying, you know what? We want to change our relationship with the United States. We want to turn over a new leaf. And the president said, okay, we will sit down at the table and negotiate and see if the smart people in that system can take over from the crazy people. Well, here's the basic deal that we cut. The basic deal that we cut was, we'll lift our blockade if you stop shooting at ships. But if you shoot at ships, we are going to punch back, and we're going to punch back harder than ever before. That was the deal. They said they would stop shooting at ships, and what happened 24 hours ago? They started shooting at ships again. Now, they were good, they were well behaved for about a week, but then they started shooting at ships. So the deal is very simple. If they shoot at ships, we're going to knock the hell out of them, and it's that simple, and that's the basic way it's going to work. Now, the president maintains a lot of options. I'm obviously not going to tell you exactly what's going to happen tonight, but the president has said to them very simply, the Strait of Hormuz is going to be open. That means oil and gas is going to flow to the American people. That's why we see gas prices starting to come down. That's why we see the oil prices so low, is because the president said that crucial artery through which we ship a lot of the world's energy, that artery has got to remain open. And that is what the Iranians have to know. If they try to close it down, there's going to be a response for the American military. It's that simple. That's the deal. They can either follow it or they can have exactly what happened to them last night. It's just going to keep on happening until they open up that lane and stop shooting at ships. It's simple. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Matt Smith from WISN TV in Milwaukee. The president has talked about election fraud as well a lot. Just yesterday, Milwaukee's mayor sent your office a letter saying he would love to meet with you and some election officials here in the city after agents started asking questions and interviewing people about 2020 again. So I'm curious, what can you tell us about the FBI investigation here in Milwaukee into 2020, and why are they re-looking at that election here in the city?
Well, first of all, if I did get the letter from the mayor of Milwaukee, and he wants to meet, and he's welcome to come to Washington, D.C. I'll sit down and meet with him. We don't have time to meet with him today because we got to get back to Washington, but I'm happy to meet with him. I will say it was a little bit of he doth protest too much, because I came here to talk about financial fraud. I came here to talk about the fraud against our prenatal program for our young moms. And some guy sends me a letter, the mayor of Milwaukee, and says, we don't do any election fraud, we don't do any election fraud, we don't do any election fraud. And my response to that is, you know what, it kind of reminds me of like a couple weeks ago, I get home to the Naval Observatory, the nicest public housing anywhere in the United States of America, and my 6-year-old greets me, and I love my little boy, but he's a little mischievous, and he gives me a big hug. He says, Daddy, I'm glad you're home. I didn't steal any of the cookies. I said, huh, that's interesting that you volunteered that when I wasn't even talking about that. Well, of course, he stole the cookies. So when I hear a guy protesting out of nowhere, I did not do any election fraud, I did not do any election fraud, it makes me wonder, why is that guy protesting so aggressively? It's a little odd. The second thing I'll say is, look, there's of course this big debate about how much election fraud happens in the United States of America. You guys know my views. We're not going to settle this here. First of all, any election fraud is too much election fraud in the world's greatest and oldest constitutional republic. And number two, if Democrats want us to stop talking about election fraud, I make them a simple deal. Pass the Save America Act and get voter ID, and we'll stop talking about election fraud. We are the only advanced democracy anywhere in the entire world that doesn't require you to show a voter ID to vote. It's simple. Just give us election integrity laws, give us voter ID, and then we will have the confidence to say to the American people there's no cheating. But when they say, number one, we don't want voter ID, and number two, there's not that much cheating in our elections, it's natural for all of us to say, not much cheating is still way too much cheating, so stop it and give the American people voter ID. Thank you. Next question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Vanessa Kelson, Gray Media. What will happen if Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers does not hand over the SNAP rolls or the Medicaid enrollment data to your administration?
Well, look, we're going to look at what we can do to force him to give her that data. And just to give some context to the question for those of you who don't know. So the SNAP program, which is one of the most important programs that exists in the federal government, it ensures that low-income families have enough food to eat when they're down on their luck. Would you be shocked to know that most states do not do eligibility checks for the SNAP rolls anywhere. Doesn't happen in California, doesn't happen in a lot of other places. I'm the Vice President of the United States, and I could not tell you, not because I don't want to, but I cannot tell you whether the state of Wisconsin has illegal aliens who are ineligible who are receiving food stamp benefits paid for by your tax dollars. And the reason why I don't know the answer is because the governor of this state will not give us the data that allows us to say, well, this person is eligible, this person is an illegal alien, scratch them off the list. Now ask yourself, ladies and gentlemen, that is, in my view, borderline criminal. If you are administering a program collecting billions and billions of dollars and you don't check whether the people you're giving that money to are actually entitled to it, that is a complete scam that's being perpetrated on every single person in this room. So what we've asked the governor to do is just give us the data so that we can check whether you've got illegal aliens on your food stamp rolls, and he's saying absolutely not. And I think the only plausible explanation for that is that he cares more about protecting illegal aliens than he does the good citizens of Wisconsin. It's a scam, and it has to stop. Let's do a couple more questions. Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Vice President. Ellie Oliver-Tate, Channel 3 out of Madison. Now, last month, the Wisconsin Department of Justice joined a multi-suit lawsuit against the Trump administration over its implementation of new Medicaid work requirements. Our Attorney General wrote, quote, "The Trump administration is lawlessly trying to restrict access to Medicaid coverage." What's your response?
Well, my response is, again, we have what you might call a social contract in the United States of America. It exists between all of us fellow citizens, between those citizens and their government. And the basic idea is when I hand over $1 to the federal government, I expect my government officials to spend it wisely, to make sure it's not going to fraud. And if you have somebody who's receiving those benefits, to make sure that they're at least looking for a job before they get a lot of free money from the federal government. So when I hear the Attorney General of this state saying that we don't want to confirm that people are looking for work before they receive federal benefits, my natural question is, why are you so against people looking for a job? That's it. We're not saying that we want anybody to go without medical benefits. What we're saying is that we want you, if you're going to receive these benefits, we want you at least to try to find a job. And I think in the same way that every single person in this room and every single tax-paying citizen of Wisconsin hands their money over to the government, it's totally reasonable for them to expect the beneficiaries of that money to at least be looking for work. That's the contract, and if you violate that contract, you shouldn't get a dime of federal money. Why don't we do one more question?
Hi, I'm Mary Spicuzza with Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel newspaper. My coworker and I started investigating prenatal fraud here in Milwaukee almost a decade ago, and we noticed that state officials started investigating, federal officials, federal prosecutors. So two-part question, do you think because all those people came together, is that an example of people working together and doing what they're supposed to do? And what do you do now to make sure that the women and babies who are supposed to be getting help are actually getting help?
Yeah, so first of all, the most important way to ensure that the people who deserve the help, who need the help, actually get it, is to cut down on the fraud. Because money doesn't grow on trees, and there are limited resources. This is one of the reasons why I personally care so much about fraud. I want to save every single one of you money, but I also want to ensure that when a young mom goes in to get some prenatal vitamins and she can't afford them, she's able to get access to them because a fraudster hasn't taken advantage of that program. Part of what we're trying to do is to ensure that these programs exist for the next generation. Look, just take one of the biggest federal programs out there, Social Security. People pay into Social Security for their entire working lives. Every single day, or every 2 weeks, I should say, we get a paycheck, and we see on that paycheck the amount of money that is going to Social Security. I am worried that if we don't stop sending Social Security checks to illegal immigrants, the people who paid into it for their entire lives are never going to have access to that money. That's a scam, and it's totally unacceptable. So the most important thing we can do to ensure those benefits exist for the people who earned them is to make sure that the fraudsters don't get them, that the American people do. But you also asked about this mail fraud investigation, and absolutely, the answer to your question is yes. I think that's a great example of the federal government and the state government working together to cut down on fraud, and we want to see that model replayed and replicated on a number of programs. The problem is there are certain programs that, for whatever reason, most, not all by the way, because I'll give great credit to the blue state governors who are working with us, but most blue state governors, if you want to check, for example, whether illegal aliens are getting food stamps, most of them are saying, we're not going to do that. If you want to check if illegal aliens are getting access to Medicaid health benefits, most of the blue state governors are not willing to do that. And I think it's just sad that this should be a bipartisan issue. If you're a Democrat and you believe that Medicaid should exist to provide good health benefits to people who can't afford them, then why don't you want to cut down on the fraud? If you care more about fraud than you do about these health benefits, it starts to make it look that you care more about illegal aliens than you do about the citizens of Wisconsin. That's what it looks like to me. So I'll say to the governor of this state, even though he's not of my political party, the attorney general, anybody else, you have an open offer to come into the White House and to talk about how we can combat fraud together. I will work with you. I will make it easier. I will give you federal resources. I will do whatever I need to do. But it's got to be a two-way street. If you're hiding the food stamp rolls because you don't want to tell us whether illegal aliens are getting food stamp, that's not cooperation. That is you hiding criminal conduct from the American people, and it's a scandal, and it absolutely has to stop. So let me just close here with an observation, and that's that, you know, we're getting into election season, and you all obviously care a lot about politics, and sometimes in election season it starts to feel a little bit like red team and blue team. People look at the fundraising numbers, they read the media stories, you know, they read the scandals, particularly in Maine, if you're into political scandals. Might I recommend a Google search on Graham Plattner? But we got to remember that this is not red team versus blue team. This is about whether the American people get wise and honest political leadership or whether they are represented by a bunch of crazy people in their Congress. Every 2 years, the American people get to vote on who represents them in the United States Congress and the United States Senate. Every 2 years, we come together as a country and make this determination together. My pitch to the voters out there, especially the voters who haven't made up their minds, on Derek Van Orden, on Brian Stile, on all of our great congressional representatives, it's not that you're going to agree with us every single time. Because nobody, even a committed Republican, is not going to agree with me on every single issue. It's not that we're always going to see eye to eye. What I will tell you is that what separates Derek Van Orden, Brian Stile, and all these great congressional representatives from their Democrat counterparts is that right now the Democrats don't even pretend to be fighting for you. Now, we could disagree, for example, about what should the police department's budget be. That's a reasonable, rational conversation for Republicans and Democrats to have. That's not the conversation that we're having. We're having the conversation about whether we support our police officers, which is what Republicans want to do, or whether we abolish police departments, which is what the Democrats are proposing to do. We can talk about what our exact immigration level should be. Of course, reasonable minds are going to disagree. But that's not the debate that we're having. The Democrats that are running today are running on abolishing ICE and opening up the American southern border. We can disagree. We can disagree about tax policy and what the optimal tax rate should be. That's not what they're doing. The Democrats are running on confiscating your money and giving it to fraudsters and illegal aliens. They openly brag about fighting not for you, but fighting for some of the worst human beings that exist anywhere in the world. This is not a normal election. And so my request to you is not that you say that the vice president is right about every issue. My request to you is that you send people to Washington who are of good character and recognize that you are their boss. Not the fraudsters, not the illegal aliens, and not the bosses of the 21st century Democratic Party. There are a lot of Democrats out there, a lot of independents, and of course a lot of Republicans who look to Washington and don't recognize the congressional leadership of the Democratic Party in 2026. Well, I'd say to you, if you don't recognize that congressional leadership, you can join this movement. If you want an American political party that fights for the police instead of against them, vote for Derek Van Orden and Brian Stile. If you want an American political party that cuts your taxes instead of raising your taxes to give it to fraudsters, then you got to support Glenn Grothman and Tony Weed. If you want somebody who ensures that whether you're rich or poor or black or white, public safety should be the God-given right of every single American, that you ought to be able to walk down the street without the fear of being mugged, that you ought to be able to take your family to a nice dinner downtown without having your car jacked. If you believe in basic public safety for all of us, rich or poor, then send Michael Alfonso to Congress. Don't send the crazy person running against him. My point is that this is not a normal election of people who disagree about this or that issue. By and large, there are exceptions, of course, but by and large, the Democrats have thrown their lot in with the people who want to abolish the police, who want to open the border and want to give your money to fraudsters instead of moms who need it. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a simple request. When you go to the ballot in November, when you cast your vote, send us people to Washington, D.C. who fight for you, and send the crazy people back home where they belong. God bless you, and thank you for having me here in Milwaukee.
Detroit Auto Worker, let me thank you for your time.
J.D. Vance, Vice President, future President of the United States of America, I say. What a fantastic guy. Great speech. It's all about America first. Jimmy is cracking me up over here with the retarded comments. Ignorance is bliss. It truly is a magic thing that libtards really believe in. It's unbelievable. Hey, you are watching the Dennis Herrera Show, and my name is Dennis Herrera. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to hit that like button. We are going to get back to President Trump. He's over there in Turkey. I told you that I was going to take a break from here to there. So we're going to go back to Mr. President Donald J. Trump. He's going to be addressing some questions at the NATO summit. I hope you guys like that. I hope you're enjoying this live here today. By the way, let me go ahead and address some of these issues here. Let's see. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this right here. Look at this. Don't delete comments right now. Jimmy says Democrats have been trying to fund police for decades. Unbelievable. Can you believe this guy? Unbelievable. What a novice you are. What a greenhorn you are. This guy really believes what he says. He really believes the lies. Not one Democrat, of course, has says defund the police. Not one of them. Tell me this, man. I really have. I really don't understand. Why is it that it's just my observation? It probably means nothing. It probably means nothing. But why is it that Democrats are always voting for criminals, people that hate them? Like the black Democrats? They vote for Democrats, and Democrats are a racist party against blacks. I don't understand that. You got the mayor of Chicago. The guy's a very low IQ fucking criminal. But somehow, people elect him in office. Very interesting. He defunded the police. And then you get Pritzker. The same. They don't give a shit about black people. They don't care about our American citizens, period. But you morons continue to yell with all this pride and all these emotions while you're out there grabbing your pussies. Now, I'm talking to the Democrat men, not to the women, to the Democrat men. You're out there grabbing your pussies and yelling, supporting a Nazi, supporting a rapist. How about that? Supporting a Muslim being a mayor of New York as if 9/11 never happened. This country was built by white Christian men. You don't like that one? If it wasn't for European settlers that came to this country, this nation would be wiped out by now. By the grace of God, this has happened to be the nation that God chose. The United States of America, and most prophets out there, those who call themselves prophet, they don't even know the role that the United States of America plays. You know why? Because when theologists interpret prophecy, they don't understand the difference between a small nation and a very young nation. So because they see the United States is so big, they don't understand that we are a young nation. Anyways, this is not for you guys to know. I am not going to make a Hollywood story for somebody to play. But anyway, you libtards vote for people who destroy economies, and yet you go out there and say that Democrats have created the best economies. And when I ask which ones, they always say, well, California. California is the fourth largest. Yeah, bitch, how do they get the money? How do the government in California get that money? It's not because they're inviting corporations to create more jobs. As a matter of fact, we already know socialism doesn't last. It doesn't work. It only works as long as the wealth is already there. This is the reality of the leftist lunatics. You guys have no common sense. Gavin Newsom, I don't give a shit. I don't know who says that he's a handsome, that he's a very smart, smooth talker. He's a fucking retard. That's what I think. And no, he's not the most handsome devil out there. No, he's not. Maybe Brad Pitt could have gone in there and taken that role, but I'm not easily convinced. Democrats today are not Democrats. They're a destructive communist party who has stolen the name Democrat. They don't care about Democrats. They're just using your party for the popular brand name. The only party that can compete against Republicans, which, by the way, this is a constitutional republic, not a democracy. Don't confuse our right to vote Don't confuse that democracy with this being a democratic republic. It's not. It's a constitutional republic. Most of you morons on the left don't even know what the hell that is. But the fact remains, the libtards appointed a so-called socialist mayor here in Seattle, Washington. She is now agreeing that all of her plans were wrong. They're not achievable. We told you so. But you still voted for that idiot. You libtards are so retarded. You put people in office like Jayapal, an activist Indian woman who doesn't give a shit about American citizens. That's right. The libtards put them in office. How's the economy doing here in Washington State? It's pretty damn bad. Everything is as expensive as it is in Hawaii. Why? Hawaii, I can understand. Everything is imported. It's an island. I get it. But Washington State, shit, we got farms. We got everything here. What is the reason why it's so expensive here? Oh, that's right. I got President Biden clip. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Shit, did I close it? What happened? Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. What happened to my clip? Ah, man. Man. Oh, yeah, here it is. Ah, man. Remember when you voted for Biden? Remember all the times you come in here and say, oh, President Trump is 80 years old. He's sleepy Donnie. He's sleepy Donnie. Donnie dirty diapers. Donald Trump, he don't know where he is. He don't know his name. Shut the hell up. Here is the president you voted for. This is the president that you said was the sharpest attack. This is the president who led the United States of America to greatness. This is the president who built back better. Oh, wait, that was the slogan from the UK Prime Minister guy thing. Yeah, but anyways, let's have a laugh. Jayarta, this is for you, you fucking clown. Here you go, guys. Here you go, guys. Enjoy, enjoy. Let me get that sound out. Let me get the sound up. Here we go.
Secret Service team, the Eagle has landed and is making his way down the helicopter stairs. We know his history with stairs, and this could be a disaster. Stand by. Eagle has made it down the stairs. He was a little wobbly at the end, but he made it. Eagle appears to be very disoriented today. We're going to need to do like last time and point out exactly where we need him to go. Secret Service team, prepare to point. Hold that point. Perfect. No way he could miss that. Eagle will be turning in 5, 4, 3, 2. He missed his mark. He missed his mark. Eagle is wandering. Jesus Christ. All units be advised. We are going to need a pretty lady or small child of some sort with nice smelling hair to get the Eagle back on track. And we've lost visual. Secret Service.
That's the president that you guys voted for. That was some really bad Eagle. I'll tell you that right now, man. The Eagle has landed. Man, we played this clip yesterday, bro. Look, man, look, listen. These guys, these libtards, they come in here and they say that we're retarded, and they say that we are children, and we're just childish, and that we're all this, and that, right? But in reality is, they are the ones throwing a tantrum. They are the ones hating on us. 8647 and all of his followers, they say. They call us Nazis, yet they wanted to vote for one. They call us fascists, and yet they are fascists. They call us anti-American, and they are supporting illegal immigrants before American citizens. They call us anti-American, un-American, because we are fighting against Iran, and yet they are the ones supporting Iran, a terrorist regime, by the way. So tell me, you make fun of my president. You know, we all can make we can always make mistakes talking. Do that all the time. But you guys are retarded. What are you doing for your country besides talking shit about it? What are you doing to bring honor and respect to your countrymen besides talking shit about them? You don't do shit. You bring nothing. Nothing positive. Nothing that is going to make us productive. You bring nothing that makes America great. This is why you can never believe that America can be great again. This is why you don't even see it. When America is great, you don't see it. Because you are the garbage in it. It is what it is. You are anti-American. You are un-American. What are you willing to do for your country? Illegal immigrants, libtards, come in here and tell me I'm a sellout. Because I say migrants should come here legally. I love this country. I have to support a legal immigration system. I have to support national security because I love this country. But some of the libtards that call themselves Americans just by the simple fact that they were born here, these are the scum that we want to get rid of. I wish they would just go to Iran. Go live over there. Go live in a Muslim country. Go, enjoy yourselves. Go and enjoy yourselves. I know the oath that I made to this country. And not one criminal Honduran will I accept in this country. I encourage Honduran people to come to this country legally. I have spoken to hundreds of them. And I go to the same question. Why do you hate Trump? Oh, you know, I got deported. Why did you get deported? Did you have permission to be there? No? Okay, then what the fuck is the problem? Why are you mad at Trump? Because he enforced the laws to protect his country? Well, shit, I guess you have a point there. Of course I fucking have a point. Criminals going out there, committing crimes, and then bitching about being separated from families. You know, that's the biggest fucking lie that they gave us, separating families. And over 450,000 innocent children are missing because of the libtards destroying our fucking cities, fighting against our great POTUS. Unbelievable. You don't get to come over here and talk shit about me. Fuck you very much. Thank you for stopping by. All right. That's enough. Enough. Let's go ahead and get to the nitty-gritty here because I do want to get through it. I think it's just like a few minutes, I believe. Shouldn't be too long. Let's get to it. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. Woo! Let's go, baby! God bless the USA, man. America first. Always America first.
That's a lot of press. Wow. Well, it's important stuff. And, you know, our team out here, well, they've all become stars. Superstars, actually. Superstar. We want to thank you very much. We've had a tremendous time and I think a great success. And we just concluded a very successful NATO summit here in Turkey. And I want to thank President Erdogan, who's really a great man. He's a great leader. He's a friend of mine, been a friend of mine for a long time. He's a strong person, a very strong personality, and that's why he runs such a successful and good country, and really I would say a great country. Militarily, he's very powerful. People leave him alone, but he's really done a fantastic job. And from the moment we got off the plane, you look at the airports were beautiful. They built a new terminal for our arrival. Everything was beautiful. And so I just want to thank President Erdogan, who's done a fantastic job in Turkey. And I also want to thank NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Mark is an extraordinary person, smart, great leader. It's not easy leading so many leaders like that. You get a lot of leaders, and they're strong personalities, every one of them. And Mark does an unbelievable job. Couldn't find anybody better. I just want to say there was tremendous love in that room. The press got to see the sitting, but they didn't get to see the speaking. And I actually said, it's too bad the press couldn't see this, because every one of them spoke for a little while, and I spoke for a little while, and it's a lot of speeches. We kept it short, but it's too bad the press couldn't have seen what we were doing in that room, because it was very smart people, and they have a lot of good in their heart, not evil, good. And they're doing a great job for their country. The world is doing well. We have, as you know, the oil is down. We'll see whether or not we keep it down. We should keep it down. We're doing things that should have been done 47 years ago with Iran. And I just want to say that throughout my first term and over the past 18 months, the United States has led a historic effort to dramatically increase the defense spending and to have equipment that no other country in the world has. When you look at Venezuela, when you look at Iran, essentially demolished their military in a couple of weeks. They had a good military, they had a good navy, they had 159 ships, everyone's at the bottom of the sea. They had hundreds of airplanes, they're all gone. They're all lying burned up on the runways. They were totally decimated. Their radar's gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone, frankly. And their combat capability is pretty low. They have a small percentage of missiles left. They have some of the missile launchers left, call them launching pads, but most of that's been destroyed too. So we have the strongest military in the world by far. Not even close. Everybody admits it. Last year's summit in the Netherlands was great also, and we achieved an unprecedented agreement to increase the annual defense spending. And it's the benchmark, raising it from 2% to 5% of GDP, which everybody said was impossible. And now they're all thanking me, and most of the countries have agreed to it. We have a couple of that didn't, but I have a feeling they're going to, and pretty quickly. In fact, today they were very positive. One of them in particular was, I didn't think a good team player. Today was a great team player. As all of the leaders understand very well, the United States remains by far the largest contributor to NATO, monetarily and maybe otherwise, and the strongest military anywhere in the world. And they respect us as a country. Again, they didn't respect us 2 years ago. They laughed at us. NATO laughed at us. Everybody laughed at us. They don't laugh anymore. There's no more laughing. This year we invested a record $1 trillion in our armed forces, and we're going to be asking for $1.5 trillion coming up. We have the money being spent on the best equipment anywhere in the world. In the working session this morning, we discussed the progress other members are making toward the 5% target, and they're making great progress. Many of these countries are very rich, by the way. We don't have to feel sorry for them. But it doesn't mean they're properly protected. There's a big difference. Some have truly answered the call, and others are making big changes and will be answering the call. I think I can say in all cases they're going to be answering the call. And we'll be taking in over $1 trillion a year toward defense, and that's a tremendous amount of money. It's a big up. They were at 2%. They were actually at 1%. I got them to 2%. Then I wanted to get them to 5%, and we got up to 5% the last time. And they're, just again, if you could have seen the respect and the love in the room, and it's love really for the country, for our country. I don't want to say me, because you'll say, oh, he's so conceited. He's such a conceited person. But they do. I mean, they like the job I'm doing. They said, sir, we love you. These are grown people saying that. Isn't that nice? Maybe, I don't know, maybe they're trying to get to me. And in the way they did, because there was tremendous unity in that room. And I urge all nations to accelerate their plans to get the benchmark as quickly as possible. The benchmark is going to be that 5% number. That's the number it should have been for years. As a result of the commitment we achieved last year, defense spending of other NATO members surged by more than almost $150 billion in 2025, and much of that money is being spent on American-made equipment. They all want American-made equipment. We're pushing very hard to have the defense companies, and they're great. We make the best equipment, the Patriots and the Tomahawks, and everything we have is considered to be the best. Not by me, it's everybody wants it. I wish we made it faster, because we could sell as much as we could make. And as you know, I had Lockheed and every one of the companies, all of the companies who are Raytheon as an example, Boeing. So many of those great companies are now building plants. They had big plants, but they were using them 24/7. I said, that's not the way to do it. You have to build more plants. You don't have to just go overtime. No tax on overtime. Remember that, please? No tax on overtime. Those people are happy. But they were doing literally 24 hours to get the Tomahawks done and the Patriots done and all of the other defensive and offensive equipment done. It's the most sought after equipment in the world. You saw that with Venezuela, where they had a lot of great equipment that wasn't ours, and it didn't work. Our equipment works, but we have to produce it faster for other countries. For everybody, including ourselves, we have to produce it faster. So we think within a year and a half max, we'll be, instead of waiting for a year or 2 years, we'll be having it on a 2-week wait, maybe a 1-week wait. That's what I want. And it'll do really well. A lot of people are, just waiting. They're waiting. They want to get this defensive equipment, maybe in particular the defensive equipment, but offensive and defense. As much of that money is being spent on American-made equipment. That's the money that the European and Canada are spending, European countries mostly, and Canada. And they're spending that with the United States, largely. And it's American-made, made in the USA, as we say. Weapons, munitions, supporting thousands of American jobs. This will increase. We have the highest number of jobs. Right now, we have the most people working in the United States that we've ever had in the history of our country. We have the biggest investment ever made, $19.2 trillion. That's 6 times more than we've ever had. Think of it, 6 times. And what did that were tariffs. Without the tariffs, I think we would have done fine, like at about 2 or 3. The last administration had much less than $1 trillion invested for 4 years. We have $19.2 trillion invested in 1 year. We haven't gone into the extra almost a half a year, 1.5 years. Those numbers won't come out for a little while. So we have 19.2 trillion, not billion, not million, trillion with a T, invested in plants and equipment that's being built all over the country. Eli Lilly is building plants, big drug, Merck, all of them, the drug companies are building. The car companies are building like crazy. In fact, as you probably saw a big announcement yesterday, Toyota is leaving Mexico and they're going to build one of the biggest car manufacturing plants in the world in Texas. That's because of the tariffs, because we don't mind if you build in Mexico, but if you build in Mexico, you have to pay 25% tariff. If you build in Japan, or if you build in any place. Now, China is a much higher tariff. It's just 100% tariff because we don't want to lose our jobs. We don't want to have our workers lose their jobs. We have the largest number of plants being built for the most money ever in the history of our country. Car plants, AI plants, and all other plants, pharmaceutical plants, chips. We're not giving anything. All we're saying is, if you don't start, we'll give them a year and a half to 2 years to build their plant. If they don't have that, they have to pay 100%, 200%, even 250%. If they make a chip, or if they make a car, if they make pharmaceuticals. So the pharmaceutical companies are moving in at record levels. There's never been anything like what's happening. Let me put it a different way, put it to you in a more broad fashion. There has never been anything like has happened with this country or any other country in the history of the world. There has never been growth. There's never been manufacturing plants being built. We have so many being built. And in the big ones, like AI, some of the AI, we let them build their own electric plants. We force them to build. We don't want it because the old grid that we have wouldn't be able to supply. They need, just as an industry, more energy than the entire country produces right now, when you think of it, which is incredible. So take all of the energy that the United States produces, and that one industry, which is so big, so powerful, it needs more than that. In fact, some people say almost double. So this was my idea. I said, you can never service that. You can't reinvigorate the grid. You can make it better, but nothing like that. You wouldn't be able to build. And we're leading China in AI, well, in just about everything. But we're leading China in AI. Even in TikTok, I was watching somebody say, oh, the TikTok deal, it's so bad well, because they say the deal was incredible, but they think the word that gets out is bad, except the numbers just came out, and I'm #1 on TikTok, and all I do is talk about communism, right? So it's sort of good. I used it to get elected, too. But, you have to get your word out. But the numbers came out just a little while ago, and I was #1, some ridiculous number. I never heard of numbers like that, but #1. And all these entertainers are number 27, 29. It's crazy. I don't even understand myself. But that means that my word's getting out about how great our country is, how successful our country is, and how bad communism is, and how bad these lunatics are that are running for election that don't sound good, don't think good, and don't look good. I don't see any looker. I don't see anybody with the look. You need the look, I guess. You need something, but they don't have it. And I think they'll fade fast. And it's not social democrats. This is not a social these are communists that are running. And they don't want God. They don't want successful things to happen for our country. They don't want to have a successful country. I think they're sort of crazy. As European nations rebuild their militaries, American equipment will be the largest beneficiary. The defense companies are going to be making most of that equipment. They want the American equipment because it works better. It's not a question of anything else. We make the best equipment in the world. And to that end, I provided other leaders with an update on the steps we're taking to rapidly scale up production in the United States. And they wanted to hear that because they don't really want to get it in 4 years, 5 years. They want to get it like in a week. And we'll actually be at a point like that in the not too distant future with the plants that are being built. The defense plants, it's incredible. Lockheed is building, I think, 5. Some of them are building 3, 4, or 5, and they're big ones. It's going to quadruple the output of we have with the munitions and the basic equipment itself, whether it's a Patriot or Tomahawk missile or any of the missiles that we make many missiles, different types, for different occasions. And just today at the summit, we announced $3 billion of new defense investments with U.S. companies. And Lockheed Martin will establish a world-class Patriot missile sustainment facility, a big deal in Europe. They're given a tremendous incentive by Europe to do that. All goes to the benefit of us and Europe because they're getting the best equipment. Northrop Grumman is moving forward with the sale of advanced American drone technology. We're actually the leader in drone tech. A lot of people don't know that. We have the We have the most sophisticated drones in the world, and we're a real, I guess we're the leader, but we'll soon be the leader by many times over. And Lockheed and Rheinmetall are announcing a partnership to build the Army Tactical Missile Systems, which is a big deal. And Anduril is announcing a deal to build their new Barracuda missiles, which is a very highly sophisticated, fast missile, and we're doing that for Poland. Poland's doing very well, by the way, with a very, very good president, great president, I think. All of these agreements directly benefit the U.S. defense industry base, and what it really does is it means jobs. And again, I have to just say that when Toyota announced yesterday, I wasn't that surprised, but everybody wanted to get that. That's the largest, I think it's going to be the largest plant in the world, car plant, and they're moving into the United States. And again, they're doing that to avoid paying the tariff, because if you build your product here, you pay no tariff. If you don't, you pay a 25% tariff, depending, 35% sometimes 100%, 200%, depending on what the product is. As an example, we're doing great on steel because we charge tariffs. So now all of a sudden the steel industry, which was absolutely dead a few years ago, I revived it in my first term, pretty good. And then they blew it in the Biden term. What a shame. They just blew it right out the window. They had no idea what they were doing. And I quickly revived it at the beginning of this term, year and a half. And the steel business is through the roof. We don't even make aluminum anymore. Now we're going to have the largest aluminum plant in the world being built in Oklahoma. I love Oklahoma. 77 out of 77 counties, 3 times. And it's great. It's a great state. They're going to be building the largest aluminum plant in the entire world in Oklahoma. It's starting very soon. Over the course of the past 2 days, I had a number of excellent discussions with other leaders at the summit and held productive bilateral meetings with essentially all of them. We had dinner last night, just about all of them were there. President Erdogan of Turkey, as well as President Zelensky, and he just came in, as you probably saw, had a little press conference, and also President al-Shara of Syria, who's doing an unbelievable job in unifying Syria. What a job he's doing. Syria was a mess with what happened with the previous government, you know that. Very dangerous place, and now it's just come together. He's done a fantastic job. People are talking about it. In every conversation, it was clear that America is back, and we're stronger and bigger and better than ever before. We have more jobs, as I said, than ever before, and we're respected again like maybe never before. We are so respected as a country. That's why I wish I told the Secretary General, Mark, I said, it's too bad the press could not see what's happening in this room. You saw the big round circle with all of the leaders of all of those countries. And I don't know, I think they should allow it. The theory is that they won't be speaking quite as freely and it won't be quite as good, but who knows? It was amazing, actually. The unity in that room was incredible. Really a love. It was sort of pretty wild. There was a love in that room that was great. So this was a tremendously successful summit. And again, I want to thank President Erdogan, Turkey, and so many of the presidents, prime ministers. They were all here from NATO, the NATO countries. And in particular, we have to thank the Secretary General Mark Rutte for doing a fantastic job. He really put on a tremendous, his was just something, he's a unifier. He's a tremendous unifier. So I could take a few questions. We've done a few of these already today, so I don't think we should take too many. I don't think we should take much. So we're going to keep it a little bit short, and I know a lot of you are going home. Some are going with me. So go ahead, please. Sir, yes. Yes. No. The gentleman right here. The very tall gentleman who's very insecure. He doesn't want to ask the question. He's a handsome guy, but he's very insecure. Go ahead. Do you want to shout it out? Give him a mic. How about giving him a mic? You shout it out.
seems to be a strategic dead end for you. Why are you apparently unable to end the Iran war?
So I think we're doing just the opposite. The Iran war has been a tremendous military success. And, you know, I can only answer the question by saying they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. I think I was there for one reason, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I call it, we denuclearize Iran, and that's happened. They will never have a nuclear weapon. That stuff is so far down under a mountain. It's a granite mountain that collapsed on top of it. Take months to get it out. I think it's a tremendous success, Iran. And you see the oil prices are lower than they were when I started. And people like to say that, but look, they have no military left. Their Air Force is gone. As I said, their ships are gone. 159 ships are gone. They're at the bottom of the sea. Their radar is gone. Everything's gone. So when you say not a success, it's a tremendous success. The fake news likes to say how well they're doing. They're doing terribly. They have 350% inflation. When the war started, they had like 6%, 5%. They have, they want to make a deal, but they don't know how to make a deal. And then they go around shooting ships at night. I don't like that. You know, they're dealing with very fine people. They're dealing with Steve Witkoff. They're dealing with Jared Kushner and J.D. Vance. And they're dealing with Marco and Scott. They're dealing with great people. But I don't know. I think they're a little loco. They're a little crazy. But they told us they'd like to go to the funeral of a very a person who was killed a lot of people. Khomeini killed a lot of people over the years, and there for a long time. Don't forget, what we did should have been done 47 years ago. It could have been done any time within 40. This has gone on for. They were the bully of the Middle East, so they're a much different country now. In one day, all of their anti-aircraft things are gone. That doesn't mean they're not going to get a plane at some point. But all of it's gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone. They had leaders, they're gone. And they had another set of leaders, they're gone. Now they have another set of leaders, they may be gone. Who knows? And you know what? I may be gone too. Because I'm their number one target. It's out all over the place. I'm their number one because they're scum. That's the way they act. And that's the way they've done it for 47 years. But I'm doing what's right for the country. I'm doing really what's right for the world. They have to be stopped. And they've killed thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. They killed 52,000 protesters over the last 3 months. So when you say we're not doing well, I think we're doing phenomenally well. Our military has been incredible. Plus we had a blockade. Did we have a blockade? Did you ever see a blockade work that way? You know, for you that said we're not doing well there. We did great in Venezuela. That was a one-day war. And they're very good military. You know, it's a very military country. We took out one of the worst human beings in the world, Maduro, and he's in jail waiting for trial. But what he did to this country was incredible, including the fact not only the drugs, but he had people pour into the country from prisons. They opened up their prisons. They allowed them to come in. We're getting them out. We're getting them all out. But we have, with the Biden open border policy, with Kamala as your borders are. Remember, she was the borders are, but she never called Border Patrol, never once, and she never went to the border. The border was a disaster. Now it's fixed. It's fixed where we have nobody, and I don't do these numbers. 0 people come in through our border, through our southern border. 0. And that's been announced now every month for the last 12 months. 0. We had millions of people come in, under 25 million people, I think more than that under Biden. And they weren't people that you want, and for the most part, they were drug dealers. They were escaped from, think of it, all the prisons, and I'm not just talking about from South America, I'm talking about from the Congo, I'm talking about from all over the world. The prisons were emptied out. They were emptied out into our country. But they had the worst murderers. We had people allowed in our country that should never, and they walked in through an open border policy. And all I'm saying is that you're lucky we won this election. Yeah, please. Go ahead. Go ahead. No. Yes, go ahead. Who you with? Why don't you say your name and who you're with? It's always helpful.
Thank you, Mr. President, for doing this. Iris Tao with NTD, with a sister media with the Epoch Times.
Okay.
On communism, you've been issuing a wake-up call to Americans at home about the dangers of communism. And now you're speaking on the world stage. What's your message to people both living under communist and socialist regimes, but also people living under democracies like in Europe and America who might not have realized how close communism has come to home?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. But look, I want to get the word out because what's forming is communism in the country. And communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with Lenin. I'd be as good as anybody. You've got free rent for the rest of your life. What they don't say is that you'll be living in squalor in 12 months. You've got the free house. Would anybody like to have a free house? We'll take it away from somebody. We'll give it to you. You'll have murders all over the place. Communism's a disaster. It's been proven to be for thousands of years under different names, but same thing. It's very important. And, you know, it's funny. One of the reasons I do so well with Hispanic people, I set a record, Republicans. I get great numbers for the election, helped me get elected in a landslide. The Hispanics, because a lot of them came from countries that were essentially communist. You know, whether you call them radical socialist or communist is not that much, but there's a little difference. When they say social democrats, well, social democrats, it sounds so nice. It's not nice. It's a very dangerous term. So I do talk about it, and I talk about it on TikTok, and I talk about it everywhere. I talk about it here. And you're right, it has become international, but it's never worked, and it's not going to work. What is working is the United States. So think of it, we have more jobs than we've ever had. People are making more money than they've ever made. I'm talking about workers now. I'm talking about workers. They're making higher salaries than they've ever made before. It's just the best system, and it's got flaws, but everything's going to have a little flaw, but it's been amazing. And when I watch what's happening, and I see these lowlifes getting, I mean, they're lowlifes. I watch them. I know good people. I know quality people. These are essentially lowlifes. And when I see what they're talking, I think they're very dangerous in many ways. And I've said it, and then I said, boy, that's a pretty big statement. Then I realized, you know, a couple of people said, I think you're probably right. I think this country, with this thing that's going around, is in more danger than it was during World War I, World War II. If you talk about September 11th, if you talk about Pearl Harbor, that was big danger. I think the concept of us going communist, because one thing that happens when you go communist, you never come back, never comes back. You die in squalor. You die a horrible death. You die in squalor. And it gets very evil and very nasty. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, Tyler Pager with the New York Times. Last month you said Iranian leaders were very rational people, nice people to deal with, strong people, smart people. Today you said they were scum, sick people, and being led by sick people. What changed, and do you think... I
got to know them. So I've said that about a lot. Now, when you say rational, I think they're much more rational than level 1, level 2. Level 1 is gone, level 2 is gone. This is level 3. I think they are more rational, but based on their actions over the last week or two, they're not doing a service to the people. And I think more than anything else is I got to know them. And I'm not sure I want to make a deal with them. We can play games, but I'm not sure I want to make a deal. Let's just finish the job. Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Steve Sedgwick from CNBC. The oil markets are up today, around about 7% for WTI and Brent as well. The world is taking you at your word, sir, that the MOU is over, that the ceasefire is over. What happens next, sir? Are we on the cusp of a full-scale return to full conflict?
Well, I'll tell you what happens next. We're never going to see Iran have a nuclear weapon because that's much more important than the numbers you're talking about. The prices of oil are dropping like a rock. Now they'll be up a little bit, and this will end very quickly. We have an oil glut right now because we got all those boats out of the strait, and it's going to drop, and I've predicted everything. I've been right about everything, and I have been for a long time. That's how I got to be president 3 times. That's how I won 3 elections. I did very well in the second one, won it. It was a rigged election, but I've been right, and oil's coming down. Now, I have to make sure of one thing, that we don't have lunatics having control over nuclear weapons. So we have that now. There's no way they have a nuclear weapon. We have cameras, as an example, on the site that does beautiful B-2s at 1 o'clock in the morning 10 months ago, blew up. They blew it up. We have cameras, that's called Space Force, if they're in space. But we have cameras that can read the badge of the person going over to a site. Mohammed something. We say it's Mohammed something is there with shovels. Well, shovels won't get you there. The biggest machinery in the world probably won't get you there if you want to know the truth. It's way, way below. But we're watching that. And if anybody goes there, they get blown up. So nobody's going to touch that. Eventually we'll take it. But what we do have is we have that. That's gone. If we wouldn't have had that, they would have had a nuclear weapon and they would have wiped out Israel. If I weren't president, Israel wouldn't exist. Now, we did it 2 times. When the JCPOA, the Obama deal, when that was originally conceived, everything went to Iran. 1.7 billion in cash, hundreds of billions of dollars. They thought they could buy peace with these people. You can't do that. So the big thing we have is more important than anything we can talk about is you can't let lunatics have nuclear weapons, and we've stopped that. And that should have been stopped on a couple of other occasions too with different countries, but they didn't do that. Yeah, please.
Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I'd like you to address speculation that you're leaving Ankara not in the new Air Force One because of security concerns involving Iran. You've spoken today twice about them possibly assassinating you and possibly being successful. Did that concern have something to do with it?
Well, I speak about it a lot because, you know, the life of a president is very dangerous. It's 5.2%. You know what a race car driver is? 1/10 of 1%. A bull rider, that looks pretty dangerous to me. It's 1/10 of 1%. No, it's 5.2% is you don't make it. You should have told me, you're an excellent reporter. You should have told me that years ago. Maybe I wouldn't have run. It's a very dangerous profession. No, I'm #1 on the kill list for Iran. They're lovely people. I'm #1. So I don't know. I can't tell you that, but I don't really care because I'm doing my job and I'm doing it, I hope, better than anybody's ever done it because we have a country that's hot and really, really successful. But I mention it only because it's on the list. I mean, it came out. There was another list came out yesterday, and I'm #1 on. I like being #1 on TikTok better, but I'm #1 on the list for killing. Go ahead.
Hey, Sean McCreesh, New York Times. But why aren't you flying the new plane home?
Say what?
Why aren't you flying on the new Air Force One home?
It's flying to Europe, to one of the big bases, 2 or 3 of the big bases where we can show it to the people. And we'll be going home by normal methods. But we have it going to Europe to a couple of bases, actually one in particular, but it's going to go to a couple of bases, stop, so the soldiers can see it because it's truly magnificent. Yeah, please. Go ahead. You want to go? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. President, Harici Media, Tunç Akkoç, Turkey. Mr. President, it seems that the war with Iran may start again. What do you expect from your European allies?
I don't think it's going to start again. I think it's going to go very quickly. They hit a couple of ships, and so we hit them much harder. When they hit, we hit 10 times harder. You know, we hit much harder than they do. We have a lot better equipment than they do. We may even, somebody asked before, do you think you'll hit them tonight? I said, we might. Yeah, we might. But when they hit, we hit. You know, it's what we use their language. We speak their language. No, I don't think so. I think anything that happens is going to be over very quickly, and we'll only make it safer, including for oil. Oil is going to be very free, very easy, and it's going to happen very fast. We have the Hormuz Strait. The boats have pulled out. I mean, there's a gusher of oil right now. We have a lot of oil. And no, anything that happens is going to happen very fast. We're not looking for long term. Okay, go ahead, Red.
Now, you said today that countries...
You're with who?
MS Now.
MS Now. That's a failing network. Why would you want to work for them? MS Now. Can you imagine? they wanted to get away. They took the name NBC because they were embarrassed by it. Go ahead, let's go.
You
When
said
you, when you
today
hear
that-
this question,
You said today that countries like Spain, Italy, and the UK were not there for the U.S. and its war with Iran. Should those countries be attacked, will the U.S. be there for them?
well, I'll tell you what. Number one, Spain has been very bad, but you know Italy's been good, and almost all of the countries have been good. They just had a bad moment. They didn't help us. We didn't need the help, but if we would have wanted the help, I said, by the way, if I want help, Sir would rather remain on the sidelines, and I didn't like that answer. UK gave an answer that was sort of weirder than that. They went out. I said, would you like to help? They said, we do, but we want to wait till the war is over. This was not in the spirit of Winston Churchill. So, yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, I can only say if there's one word that comes out of today, it's unification. I've never seen anything like it. Every one of those countries, they love us, they love each other. That was tremendous unification. It was a nice thing to say, and it was a very fair question, too. Yeah. Green? Yeah, you're wearing green, right?
Thank you, Mr. President. Eda Turul from Haber Global TV, Turkey. Mr. President, after your meeting with President Erdogan, can you tell us whether you and President Erdogan reach an understanding on Turkey's return to the F-35 program and the future of U.S.-Turkey defense cooperation? And do you believe U.S.-Turkey relations are entering a new chapter right now?
Well, I had a great relationship in my first term. You remember Pastor Brunson, and he was put in jail for 35 years, and I called. He was an evangelical hero, actually, very good man. And I called President Erdogan, and he let him out. I didn't pay anything like Obama and Biden pay billions of dollars all the time. I never paid any for anybody. I just said, let him out. Let him out. But in this case, I didn't say it the second way. I said it the first way. I said, look, he's a good man. He's highly respected in the evangelical, and I'd like you to let him out. And he was in my office, in the Oval Office the following day, Pastor Brunson. I had a great relationship. When Sleepy Joe Biden got in, bad things happened with a lot of things between the border. Everything was bad. We were laughed at all over the world, and we had a very bad relationship with a lot of countries. I think Turkey was one of those countries. But that changed on November 5th when we had the election. And it's one of our best relationships. We have a great relationship. And they're talking about the F-35 airplane, and it's the best plane, and everybody wants it. And we have to make a decision who we give it to. I mean, my inclination, because he stayed out of, he's not a huge fan of Bibi, and he's not a huge fan of Israel, but he stayed out of that war. He could have gone into that war very easily, and he didn't. At my request, he stayed out of that war. He's been a very good ally. I mean, Marco could tell you, we have a very strong relationship with Turkey. You know, it's a very big country. It's a very powerful, militarily, it's the second most powerful country in NATO. It's a NATO country. So whether or not we do that, I haven't totally made up my mind, but my inclination is to say, look, he's done everything. He's helped us in so many different ways. And you know who else has been good to us? China. China never came into the war. They get 50% of their oil from Hormuz Strait. They never came into the war. They never said, I'm going to send a ship in 5 destroyers along each side of the ship. They never did. No, President Xi's been great. Everyone's been sort of great, to be honest. You know why? Because they respect our country again. They laughed at our country. They thought we were a bunch of fools. They saw a president that couldn't talk, he couldn't walk. It was a disaster. They lost respect for our country, but now they have more respect for our country than they've ever had before. Thank you all very much. We'll see you back. Thank you very much, everybody.
You know what's crazy? What's really crazy is that I'm sitting in here. Some of the comments from the libtards are actually funny. Some of them are just really, really, really bad. But there's something in this chat. I don't know. I mean, I know that you members, you patriots, you American people, those who appreciate me and those who love me, I know you're in there. But I feel some a special kind of love. I know it sounds corny, but that's what I put in there. I love you all. I really do. Something great is happening. Something good is happening. And I don't get these feelings all the time. I don't. But when I get them, I have to express it. I don't know, maybe a lot of new people supporting American values, standing up for the United States of America. It's good to see, It's good to see Americans that love this country. As a migrant, I show you guys many times around in these lives that I love this country. Many people that might be new, they don't know me, but I'm a migrant. A lot of people wish that I would have been here illegally so that they can talk shit about me. But that's not possible because I've never been illegal. They wanna find something to use as an excuse for me to turn against this country. But I'm going to tell you something. Whether they want to call me a traitor, for what reason, I have no idea. I don't give a shit. When I said that I wanted to be an American citizen, it included me making an oath to the United States of America. I'm keeping my oath every day. I love this country. If I didn't love this country, I would have never made my oath. My allegiance is not to Hondurans, it's not to Mexicans, it's not to Guatemalans, Salvadorians, Panamanian, Nicaraguan. It's to nobody. To nobody but the United States of America. So if you think I'm a traitor, fuck you very much. I don't care. I will never be a traitor to the United States of America. I have never betrayed Honduras. If anything, I make them proud. I'm educated with a foul mouth. I get it. Never broken the law. I represent Hondurans at a maximum proudful level. I've shown that Hondurans can respect the law, respect American citizens. Hondurans can love this country. Every migrant, like myself, proves to the American people that we love them. They're special. And yes, those who stand with you keep their oath alive. Those who stand against America, I don't want to hang out with those losers. So with that being said, man, thank you so much for loving this country. Thank you for loving me, which I'm a nobody, but you guys do, and I appreciate you. Hey, God bless you, man. God bless your family. God bless this country. I'll see you all in the next one.